Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sports book for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York. Evan Cohen here. According to a recent ZipRecruiter survey, 76% of employers plan to expand headcount for 2025. If you're one of these employers, add ZipRecruiter's latest feature, Zip Intro, to your hiring plan. It does most of the work for you, so you save time. Just pick a time, and Zip Intro finds and schedules qualified candidates for you. You can even meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos. Martin Kilcoyne is vacationing in the Hamptons, and we welcome you to participate in the program anytime you would like by calling in the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Chairman Kurt manning those, 314-974-0101. Texting in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399 399-9646. Or you can email in or participate in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Doug and Jake and St. Genevieve, MD 2020, Jake Reynolds, John Scores, and Hamburger Helper Glove.
I'll be darned. What's that? Is he new?
I think I might be new.
Okay.
I just was browsing, and I see Hamburger Helper Glove. It's good to have them in there. YouTube.com/TMASTL. It's presented to you by Michelob Ultra. As I was driving in through the storms of St. Louis, you know what I was listening to? Would you like to take a guess?
No. I guess the program that's on before ours? No.
Movie Boy?
Yes!
Oh, were you really?
I was. That's Little Jackie Paper's new podcast. It debuted this week. And, I'm only about 20 minutes into it. But essentially, it's just an attack on old people.
Oh, you son of a sack ass!
Now, again, I'm only 20 minutes in, but it's titled Movie Boy, but it really is the age discrimination podcast.
Is it really?
It's doing business as Movie Boy, but it attacks old people talking to the screen.
Now, why do you hate your parents' generation?
I'm always told to respect my elders, and I like to. I want to try to, but I feel like there could be some. They can reciprocate. Respect people around them a little bit better.
And this happens to you at the movies?
This particular instance, it sure did. Yeah, this talking too much.
Okay.
Yeah, they got hushed by somebody else. I won't step on the pod. It's in the first 20 minutes.
Step on the pod.
It's in the first 20 minutes of the 2-hour runtime. A little much, a little long. Okay. But we'll get there.
So you went to the movie at one point, and an elderly person talked too much.
A group of elderly people.
Oh, no.
And they just talk to the screen. That's Jackson's issue. They don't turn to each other to talk. They just talk at the screen.
Right. So you have to talk a lot louder when you're talking. Like if you and me, Doug, were sitting in a row in the movie theater, and I was talking to you, but I didn't move my head, I'd have to talk a lot louder so you could hear me.
I suppose, yeah.
Yeah.
And when you say elderly, like what's the age group we're talking about?
I think I said in the pod, they're like probably between 70 and 80.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, it was okay, but they got shushed.
An hour and 45 minutes for the debut of Movie Boy, Doug. Yeah. Maybe even longer, actually.
I think it was 1:54.
Oh, that's longer than most movies.
No, I thought about it. I was like, that's actually a great runtime for a movie, is an hour and 54 minutes.
And you just kept talking for an hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah.
54 minutes.
Yeah. Yep.
Non-stop talking.
But yeah, I didn't.
Just Han Solo, too.
I didn't record it straight out. Like, I didn't just hit record and start, an hour and 54. But eventually it became there after I did it in chunks.
I'll be darned.
Yeah. Because I came back refreshed. Batteries recharged.
Jackson, let me save you some time. Don't go see Eddington. Terrible. That's from the Gray Summit Grey Goose Guzzler. If I'm not mistaken, that's in this coming week's Sode. I believe that was deep teased.
I said the aforementioned older lady speaking was in the screening of Eddington, so that will be the focus of this week's podcast.
You got a private screening, did you, boy?
No, but I did see it was like the first one.
What's Eddington about? I haven't heard anything about it.
It takes place in May of 2020 in a small town in New Mexico, and a lot of things happen. It's a real powder keg, I believe it's described in the description of the movie.
A real powder keg.
Yeah, it's tough to explain. It's going to be very divisive. But I'm very much looking forward to talking about it.
2 hours of listening to Jackson talk. Is that the new death penalty in Missouri? That's from the puddle under Piddle's cuck chair.
Not for everybody, man. It's not for everybody.
And what's your recommendation if you don't like the podcast?
Simply do not listen.
Wow.
It won't hurt me.
Impossible.
Wow.
No. It's actually not. No, it's actually required for you to listen and then comment vigorously.
You can comment vigorously by texting 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service is the sponsor of this text inbox, which is already spinning, Doug, like a lathe.
Is it really? Okay.
And then you got that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. Currently, Jake Reynolds is ranked number 1 in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Out of the 100 who are in there, Jake and St. Genevieve is ranked 3rd, and John Scores is ranked 2nd. And they're in there, and they're talking Cardinal baseball, Doug, and what a weekend it was in the desert.
Well, you got to feel pretty good about this club and the way they performed over the weekend, except they lost all 3 games and fell into 4th place and now look like a complete wreck of a franchise.
Why do you say that?
It's kind of hard to watch now, isn't it?
But they got good pitching.
We don't got good pitching. They got good pitching. We got lousy pitching. It's hard to watch it. I went from the Savannah Bananas, flipped over to the Cardinals, and I said, "Where's the action?"
Oh, you went to the Savannah Bananas?
No, I just watched it at home. on YouTube. I watched both nights, for heaven's sakes. And then you turn over to the Cardinals and say, well, where are the dancing boys? Where's the male stripper who's topless in the third base dugout? It was rough. It was really, really rough.
The real death penalty around here is watching these sorry-ass baseball players. I'd rather have the Savannah Bananas for 162 games. That's from the 636.
I think it would wear you out if you had to watch that 163 times.
What is the target demographic for the Savannah Bananas?
It seemed to be all over the place. The people were just going nuts over it.
Because I flipped it on with my 7-year-old, and I thought it would entertain him. And he goes, this is dumb. And I go, okay, then maybe it's not for 7-year-olds. But to me, it strikes me as being for 7-year-olds. Basically the same Venn diagram of listenership to this program.
I think it's a product far best enjoyed in person than on TV. Because you could hear the music pumping and you see people dancing in the background, and there were players in the stands. I had friends who went and they sat, I think they said section 454. They were above Big Mac land. And they said that a player came up there, was signing an autograph and taking pictures in the 400s. I think it's an in-person thing rather than TV. Because I agree, I watched on TV and I said, I kind of don't get it. Yeah. But everybody who went and everyone who was there just said they had the time of their lives. And they sold the place out twice. There's only a handful of entertainment vehicles that could do that. I mean, NFL games, college football games, a handful of musical artists. Beyond that, who sells out Busch? They sold 81,000 tickets at Clemson Stadium.
Jackson, did any of your peers go to it? I'm trying to target you got the 27-year-old demographic. Do your peers go to it?
No, my sister went, but
she's
older. No, she's older than me. No children. But I would say none of my peers went. No, okay. And I wouldn't say any of them would be fired up to go necessarily.
Sweet Kai might.
Maybe he likes to put a little wager in, and I don't think
he would bet on that game.
No, I don't think there's many markets for that. He likes to wager. So
they did a couple things that were awfully close to release the Hoosier.
Really,
very close.
What did they do that was released the Hoosier?
They had a thing I saw Friday night where they had two dads, young fathers, with little kids.
Oh, stepdads, hopefully?
I don't know that they were stepdads.
But you couldn't be sure.
Well, no, I couldn't be sure.
Makes it kind of
Can I tell the story? Two young dads, one with a child who was about 6 and one with a child, well, 2 children. One looked like he was 5 and maybe the other 7 or 8. And the kids were released about home plate area, and then the dads had to go pick them up. And so the kids were running as fast as they could to get away from Dad. Well, the dad with 2 kids picked up his young child first and then ran after the other kid. And before he got there, stumbled, fell, and the young kid took a major header on the ground.
God.
Whiplash, head smacking on the dirt between first and second base on the baseline, and was crying and rubbing his head. I thought,
no
dear
way.
God.
I could be wrong, but that may be a listener to the program that was out there and did that.
Really?
From seeing some stuff on socials, I may have misread that, but
what do you mean?
Why
would you say they're a TMA listener?
Over the course of my time with TMA, I've gotten some friend requests from people that I don't know personally, but are listeners. And I thought it was one of those people that I am friends with, but don't necessarily know.
Call in. Callier Thompson phone lines. Tell your tale. I hope the child's all right.
It looked like he was okay, but he was still, you know how a 5-year-old will cry just when he falls down. But it looked like his head took a pretty good hit. Probably the last time they do that thing.
So Release the Hoosier comes to an end?
Well, this wasn't a Hoosier. This was Release the Children, which is a little more dangerous. If it was a Hoosier, it would have been funny if he'd fallen, but not if it's a 5-year-old. But boy, the people, and they showed up like hour before the game and partied all over. I'm sure you saw the pictures and the videos out in front of Ballpark Village. It looked like Game 7 of the World Series.
Is that right? I actually didn't see him.
Yeah.
I tuned in live thinking it would entertain my 7-year-old, and he was out. He was like, okay, I thought this was. He was in the perfect sweet spot. I thought.
Mm-hmm. Well, from the looks of the crowd, it looked like they were all ages.
It's for women and young girls. That's from Gateway Dreamfields. Is that true? It's a female thing?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
I think a little bit, because I think they do a lot on the TikTok, and there's a little thirst trapping to it. Yeah. So I think it is for some
How
of
are
them.
they thirst trapping with the Savannah Bananas?
I've seen them topless before.
Yeah, topless,
Yeah,
sleeveless with their arms out.
Somebody's always topless. I didn't get that. And these fellows, they were gyrating with their hips, I tell you.
Yeah.
Adam Wainwright got to throw, Doug.
Yeah.
Friend of the program, Jason Isringhausen, got to throw.
Lance Lynn got in there.
Friend of the program, Lance Lynn, got to throw.
Yeah. They've got it figured out. They really do. I wonder how long this will go, if this is a thing that can be sustained over 10, 12 years, or if it's you go once or twice and you see it and you go, okay, I've done that, and that remains to be seen. But, boy, you can't knock them. They've stumbled on a formula here of great success.
Joe Buck said the Savannah Bananas is what baseball needed. He also said it was louder than Game 6 of the 2011 World Series. Was he interviewed somewhere?
He was. He made an appearance in the booth.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Talked for an inning or two. Had his 2 kids with him. Said he was having a great time.
God bless. Mm-hmm. Well, his kids are the same age as my kid. I guess I'll have to see if he enjoyed it, or if they enjoyed it.
Could be. I don't know. I talked to a couple people who actually went, and they just said they had a great time.
God bless America.
Okay.
Do you think the kid will have a concave skull now like Tim? Well, joking aside, I hope he's all right. That's from Martinsburg.
I think he was okay, but he was in a little bit of tears as they took him off.
This guy and his stepfather have a hell of a relationship.
That's the truth. 314-399-9646. That is how you can text in to this program. Guys, will the Bananas take Mikolas and Fetty when they leave St. Louis? That's from Thrill Fan 22. Doug, do you think they'd be interested?
Probably. Mikolas might play along with all that. I don't know about Fetty.
And we're going to get the guy on stilts for Mikolas, and
Oh, yeah.
straight up deal.
Yeah, they had trouble pitching to him.
The guy
Because he can't hit the low pitch. That's not long enough.
Guys, the guy who fell is a TMA listener. I also grew up with him. His dad has a huge hog.
Oh, no.
That's from Ray King. Doug, you remember him with the Cardinals? And he texts into this program, but I think it's a different guy. Ray, you can call in 314-974-0101. Those are the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Someone please tell me why Liberatore is getting skipped. Does Ali even think, or did he just slam his head in the dirt too? That's from the 636. Doug, they said he's already surpassing his career high innings, and so therefore they want to balance it out. So they're going to skip his start in Colorado and get him ready to take on the Padres for this weekend's wild card showdown in St. Louis in front of 14,000 plus.
It really feels like this club is rounding into shape. It's really pretty bad right now. And you're resting one of your better pitchers? Does that make any sense at all? Or is this are they saying, we're not going to go anywhere this year. We may as well not risk anybody getting hurt that's going to be around next year? Is that what this could be? Liberatore is one of the guys you know for sure. Well, you would think is going to be around next year, so let's not risk him.
It's got to feel rough for the Cardinals that a gimmicky show can sell out their ballpark twice and bring more energy. Wonder if Mo watched the live stream from Cafe Napoli. That's from Mongo. I don't think he's a Cafe Napoli guy, but maybe he is. I don't know.
I don't know. He'd probably have a real hard time going to anywhere in this town and just kind of relaxing. Wouldn't you think?
You know the feeling.
I don't know the feeling. I would feel bad for him because I'm sure wherever he goes, he's got people probably picking at him and complaining about something or other.
For sure. But I'm sure it becomes white noise at a certain point.
Hey, guys, apropos of nothing, my girlfriend's husband texted me yesterday to tell me how much the kids like me. That's from Uncle Wally's Plastic
we didn't
Ear.
need that.
I need like
Wallace.
2 segments to break that down.
Yeah.
Okay, apropos of nothing, my girlfriend's husband texted me yesterday to tell me how much the kids like me. So this is a very transparent
Is he the
seemingly
bull?
open.
Yeah,
Sounds like it.
doesn't it?
Yes.
Because
Well, if he's hanging around the children, then this would strike me as a more open relationship than it would be a bull situation.
Yeah.
Doug, is that fair?
I think it's fair.
Yeah,
And I'm
maybe.
beginning to think that's not my Uncle Wallace at all.
he did have a plastic ear, though, right?
He did. He would come to town every year or so and get a new one. When he was a kid, he jumped on an old ice truck and fell halfway off, and his ear scraped against the ground and cut off his outer ear.
Yeah. Oof.
And all he had left was a little lobe. And he went through his whole life like that, very self-conscious. Couldn't have been a nicer guy.
And now he's sleeping with this guy's
No,
wife.
it's a different guy. But he would come to St. Louis when he was 60-something or so and went to Barnes Hospital, and they fitted him with a plastic ear that stuck right on there. You couldn't even tell which was a real ear and which was a fake one then.
Modern medicine, baby.
Yeah. But I don't think this is him that's texting in.
Doug, he's not the stepdad. He's the dad that stepped up. He's in the 573.
Yeah, I love that T-shirt. See that around graduation.
Is that passive aggressive at the biological?
I think it's straight aggressive. I think when you put it on, a cotton T-shirt, it becomes pretty aggressive.
Do they factor in the child support payments with the T-shirt or not? I don't know if that's
It offsets it all.
it offsets the costs.
Yeah, that's right.
Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, Doug, also very active this morning. Jake Reynolds saying the cool thing about the Bananas is the fact that every game is different as far as their antics in game. And I guess that's a little different than the Harlem Globetrotters, where it was pretty much standard.
Yeah.
If you saw one, you could see them all.
Yes, I would say.
So the Bananas are different every game, according to Jake Reynolds in the Michelob Ultra YouTube.
I saw the Globetrotters 2 separate times growing up, and it was pretty much the exact same thing.
Yeah.
And it was against the same team. I guess there's different
Washington
teams.
Generals.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
Generals.
with Red Klotz as the manager.
But then there are different
coach.
teams with the Bananas. Like they play the party animals.
There's a league. Apparently
Yeah,
there's a 6-team
right,
league.
Right. So it's a little different every time, I think.
And I thought that they would ham it up a little. Like when Wainwright came in and he got 2 strikes on the hitter, I thought for sure the guy would strike out for the big ovation, but he didn't. And I heard Waino on an interview saying he thinks he was really getting pumped up for it and went into training and was throwing the ball better than he had in years, he said, and then threw too much and kind of halfway ripped out his rotator cuff again.
Oh, no.
So he was barely flipping the ball up there on the mound on Friday night.
Yeah, ow.
Got to affect the golf game, that's the thing.
Yeah.
This might be a good time to get him.
Yeah.
Participate in the program. Ray King, you got to call in to tell us about your buddy and make sure the child's okay. The kid fell at the Savannah Bananas game. 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of our text inbox. 314-399-9646. And, of course, you can always participate with other TMA listeners. Watch the program. Go back and watch the program if you cannot catch it live at youtube.com/TMASTL, where 156 friends have already gathered this morning on a rainy Monday morning in the St. Louis area. If you are feeling sluggish, maybe it's because of the weather, but it could be because of low testosterone. If you're dealing with low energy, low motivation, if you're tired all the time, if you're putting on weight, not putting on muscle like you used to, those are symptoms of low testosterone. If you are feeling like you're running on empty, Mentality Health is here to help. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best, with board-certified physicians providing a full physical consultation and blood panel analysis, all during your first visit. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. Energy can come roaring back, belly fat can burn off, muscle can strengthen, all with the help of Mentality. Why not check out your levels by going in to Mentality? I've done it, in and out within 20 minutes. Super friendly staff. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio to find out more information. Doug, a couple of Cardinals have said they will not remove their no-trade clauses. We will tell you who on the other side of the break. That's next on TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, 101 ESPN, and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug, just play this over the Cardinal highlights from this weekend.
You could have. Eugenio Suarez continually circling the bases.
Well, they were giving them good pitches, you know.
How many home runs did he hit this weekend? Did he hit
6?
Something like that.
The last one against Mikolas might have been the most middle fastball I've ever seen in my life. First pitch. Turned on.
It is TMA on 101 ESPN. Doug, this week the program celebrating its 21st birthday.
Is that right?
And we expect A-list guests to drop by to wish us a happy birthday. Frank Sinatra and Janine Lindemulder are on the surprise guest list.
I expect Dean Martin will stop in.
Yeah.
They just come right to the door here. Okay. That'll be fun.
I believe the date is July 26, 2004. Jackson was 6 when the show went on the air. And now, not only is he the producer of this program, but he has his own podcast, and it's called Movie Boy. But it really is just an hour and 50 minutes of bitching about old people.
Yeah.
Oh, really? The whole thing?
Theater decorum.
You see a lot of young people acting like a fool, too, in movie theaters.
Well, you might, but you won't hear about it on Movie Boy.
Well, when it happens, I'll address it. And
It's got to happen to you.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
It's real.
It's Jackson's podcast.
It's real out. There's a lawless world out there in the world of the movie theaters.
I'm sure the behavior is different based on the movie you're seeing. If you're seeing a movie geared towards kids, you're more likely to see kids making noise.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Well, yeah, there was the whole thing with the Minecraft movie this year where, like, a certain point in the movie, and everyone throw their popcorn up in the air and dance around.
Chicken jockey.
God. Yeah, if I was working at a theater during that time, it would have been hell to pay.
It should be renamed Libby Boy. That's from Eric in the Central West End. He's not happy with the podcast.
I would be shocked if he listened.
Eric in the Central West End, you can call in and let us know if you listen. Callier and Thompson phone lines. We're waiting for Ray King's phone call. 314-974-0101. He says he knows the guy who was playing Release the Hoosier at the Savannah Bananas game and fell with his child.
He stumbled
so
badly.
First-hand report there. We also have a report from Bob Nightingale. Doug, USA Today's Bob Nightingale with this on the Cardinals following the sweep in Arizona, and that sweep now dropping the Cardinals way back of the Cubs, 8.5 back. They're actually in 4th place now and sitting at 51-49. Fortunately, they get the Rockies for the next 3 before the Padres come to town. But this is what he says regarding the Cardinals and a couple of players who you may think could be on the move at the deadline. Well, they won't be. Cardinal starters Sonny Gray and Mikolas still say they have no interest in leaving St. Louis and would exercise their no-trade clauses to veto any potential deals.
Huh. Does that strike you as strange at all? I know Gray's got the family in Nashville, and Mikolas has probably settled here since he's lived in St. Louis for a number of years now. But it would still only be a couple of months.
I agree
playing
with you.
Somewhere else.
I'd really be curious because, you know, they have their reasons for it. I'd just really be curious what it would be if you're talking about 2 months. Now, specifically with Mikolas, at the same time, I'd like to have the conversation with the team that's interested just to know what they're thinking. But with Sonny Gray, and I realize this weekend was a disaster for him, but with Sonny Gray, I suppose he might say, well, then they're picking me up for next year, too. And what if it's a coastal team and he really, really wants to remain super close to Nashville? And I shouldn't say I know because I don't, but I get the sense that that really is a priority for him. And so as opposed to Mikolas, whose deal's up in a couple of months, Gray then is in a spot where that team, and if it's a team on the coast, controls his situation for next year.
I guess you would think that he's probably flying PJ wherever he goes, and there's a
4-hour flight's a different ballgame.
Well, if it's on the coast, but if it were to the
if the Rockies went out?
the Cubs or the Braves, or I don't know who else would be a contender close.
Well, the Braves are
I don't know.
shutting her down.
The Braves aren't very good. I don't know. It's just is his whole career going to be based around whether the flight to Nashville is 2 hours or 3.5 hours? It must be. It must be that important to him.
With regard to Nolan Arenado, so you got Gray and Mikolas, according to Bob Nightingale at usatoday.com, saying they will not allow the Cardinals to trade them, so they would exercise their no-trade clauses to veto any potential deals. The Cardinals are planning on keeping third baseman Nolan Arenado through the deadline with no team showing interest. So Nolan Arenado, per Bob Nightingale, will not be going anywhere, but it's because teams have not shown interest in him. He rejected potential deals to the Astros and the Angels, and the Houston Astros are having themselves a lovely season despite having injuries all over the damn place. 57-42 the Astros for the
Well, a player who's not a real huge offensive threat anymore and makes a ton of money is not real attractive to anybody.
So he will most likely be sticking around. Bob Nightingale with this also on the Cardinals and the trade deadline. The Cardinals remain undecided whether they will trade closer Ryan Helsley at the deadline, but since they don't plan to tender him a qualifying offer, they realize they may have no choice but to move him with at least 5 contenders showing interest. This is my note. Well, I would hope so.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're not planning on keeping him, what would the point of having him around for August and September be?
Right. It'd be.
I don't really know what the point of having him around for this year was, as we discussed at spring training, and Ryan Helsley himself said he was surprised that he was in Jupiter for Cardinal spring training.
Right.
But, that's part of whatever is going on down there.
And teams know that, that I think that little quip right there is perfect because it's like teams now know that the Cardinals kind of have to move him. And so if you're probably moving him before the season, you might be able to get more for him because now you kind of look more desperate than the other teams who'd be looking for him.
The only reason they might keep him is, and I don't know all the rules about what you get when you lose a free agent, but if he's classified like as a type A free agent, you might get a compensatory draft pick that would be rather high. And the Cardinals might think that would be more valuable than getting somebody's class A starting pitcher in the minor league somewhere.
Guys, he's lost a ton of value. Worst case scenario for the Cardinals across the board. That's from the 618. What an effing disaster Mo has turned this into. That's from John Lithgow's Harry Henderson. Mikolas and I can both say that we refuse to be traded from the disaster of the Cardinals, and it has the exact same impact on other franchises. Doug, that's from Shooter McGavin, who doesn't think other franchises are particularly interested in Miles Mikolas.
I don't suppose they'd be interested in Contreras either, right? And he's only a mediocre first baseman by league standards. If he put the numbers up that he puts up as a catcher, that'd be different. But right after they signed him to the long-term contract, they decided he can't catch. So now he's a mediocre first baseman who makes a lot of money. So I don't suppose you could deal him either. That's been one of my points all year.
Sunshine and rainbows that one Cardinal is.
I've thought all year you've got a bunch of guys that are really untradeable or have very little value. So while you're in the race, I don't know that you have much of a choice but to try to somehow get a wild card spot, but that's looking bleak at the moment.
The issue, I think, on the Contreras front, if he would be open to it, would be the contract, because teams are on the hook for, $36 million over the next 2 years, and then it's a team option for 2028, but it carries a $5 million buyout. So at a minimum, you're on the hook for $41 million plus for a guy who is, I know he's beloved by a good number of Cardinal fans, but the reality is, as you mentioned, regarding playing that position or being a DH, is that going to be worth the money for an organization?
No.
If he were up after this year, they'd be able to move him without question, in my opinion.
Right. Somebody would want to. The question the Cardinals are faced with, I think, is who are you building around? Who are you 2 or 3 players that you're really going to build a team around?
And that's why fans, I think, are especially frustrated. I don't think too many people went into this thing going, okay, this is going to be a hell of a year. The issue is a couple of the guys you were hoping to see develop are looking, and I'm thinking specifically of Jordan Walker. If anything, I think you feel worse about that than you did when we were down at spring training 5 months ago. And with regard to seeing some of the younger pitchers on a regular basis, you haven't done that because you have veterans. occupying spots. And I realize Nolan Gorman hasn't done much either, but now he's got the back injury again. He hasn't been able to play regularly anyway because you weren't able to trade Nolan Arenado. So from where it stood when they had the press conference talking about turning the page and focusing on the long term, what have you really learned this year? Who have you really gotten to see on a regular basis? And from those who you have gotten to see, if anything, you feel worse than you did 5 months ago. So therefore, yes, it's quite concerning. I guess J.J. Weatherholt?
Yeah, he could give you a charge late in the season in terms of people getting excited about a young player.
We hope, but I mean, here we go again with another guy that we're just sure is going to come up and be a star. We thought that with Walker. We thought that with Gorman. We've thought that with a lot of players.
Yeah.
And you got to have the hope. And by all accounts, this guy's the real deal.
Right.
But we've heard the hype for many players,
right?
And none of them have turned out in recent years.
Doug, Mason Wynn, J.J. Weatherholt, and Vaughn Herrera. That's from the Gateway Dreamfields.
What positions are Herrera playing in this scenario?
Yeah. I guess he's your next first baseman or DH, I guess.
Building around Wynn would be a mistake. That's from the Pirates beat writer. He's seen bad baseball over the last 3 decades, so he can speak to it.
Yeah.
Sniff it out.
Yeah.
Cardinals have a shortstop. That's literally all they know from this season so far. That is from the 618.
I guess he's got a hit, but he certainly looks like the real deal defensively.
Yeah.
Guys, I think Contreras' body language has been so bad as of late. I get he's frustrated losing so much as of late, but it's not like he's doing anything to help. That's from Philip Seymour Doffman.
Yeah. You just don't know it. As you look at the roster, if you were the one making the moves, just don't know where you'd go. There just really isn't much positive right now to hang your hat on and say, well, at least we got this guy and that guy, so we got a shot. I'm not sure who those guys are that give you a shot right now.
Mason Wynn is so overrated. His OPS, his ass, and his dangly earrings suck. That's from Eric in the Central West End.
I don't know, but the earring doesn't bother me that much. You got to find some offense in the outfield. That's for sure. And you got to find almost an entirely new pitching staff. You got that too.
Mason Wynn, this dude be bussin'.
About that.
He'd be bussin'. They got to figure out what to do with Newt Barr. Is this who Newt Barr is? Is this who Burleson is? Decent, but not difference-making players. Victor Scott, is he going to hit? It's not that hard to find defensive center fielders. They got one in Siani. You got to hit.
Yeah. Your thoughts are welcome. 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of our text inbox, and we welcome you to call in. Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And you can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Doug, sweet mother of mercy, have you seen the forecast? I realize it's raining in St. Louis right now, and the cloud cover today will keep the highs in the 80s. But, oh, my goodness, 92 tomorrow, 95 on Wednesday, 96 on Thursday. Oh, Bill.
I like a sauna.
Well, you're going to enjoy it. Now, you don't like it when it's on the inside of your home, though, and so that's when Seth Goldcamp comes to the rescue. If you have any air conditioning problems, go to designairservice.com. Longest-running sponsor on TMA, and also the place where Doug goes, the place where Martin goes, the place where I go for our heating and cooling needs. I've known Seth Goldcamp for more than a decade, grateful for his support of the program, and also I recommend wholeheartedly to our audience. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Send your emails in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. It is the morning after here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. The show is presented to you by Brown and Croup. And Doug, unfortunately, a prediction was made at the Open that did not resonate, and we will have that audio for you coming up on the other side of the break. The program's called TMA. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals lose yesterday in Arizona. Back in action today in Denver, Colorado as they take on the Rockies with a 7:40 p.m. first pitch. Michael McGreevy toeing the slab for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
TMA 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan and Doug Vaughn. Martin Kilcoyne vacationing this week. Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. And Doug Barge Guy is on those Callier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, Barge Guy.
Okay. Hello, Bargy.
He looks to have disappeared on us.
Oh, no.
I saw him drop during the commercial break.
Oh, nuts.
Doug, Mike Francesa was all over it on the prediction for the Open. I hope you followed his advice. Take a listen.
I didn't. Okay, hit the lever, please, Pale.
Scottie Scheffler, of course, is favorite. I do not think he is going to dominate yet on a links course. He has not been on a links course that many times in his life. He is his best finish has been 8th. But I just don't think he's going to win this major here. I just don't think he is. Couple things jump out at me. Number one, I just think Rahm's going to play really well. I haven't been on Rahm all year. I haven't been on Rahm the last 2 years. I just think Rahm's going to play really well. He's 12-1. And I just got a feeling that you're going to get the best of Rahm this week. The other guy that's been sticking in my head is Fleetwood. He's 25-1 in this tournament. I just think something has stuck in me all week that, you know what, we're going to go revisit that, and Fleetwood's going to have a big weekend. I just have had this in my head.
Based on what?
That's what I mean, my God, doing the spread zone, I don't know if I've gotten one thing right. But I was like, I wonder what his reasoning is. And it was, I just have a feeling.
Yeah. I have a feeling about something. You don't know what someone's feeling, what their health is, or where their mind is.
I enjoy that. Scottie Scheffler running away with the Open. I don't know if I said it on the air. I know I was saying it in the commercial break at the very least to you boys on Friday. When he started like he did on Thursday and was at 3 under with kind of like a C game, and then you saw the scoring conditions on Friday morning before he went out over there, I kept using the term inevitable. He's just inevitable. I don't think I thought he would wind up winning by the amount that he did, though, to make the final round a nothing. I mean, there was never a real challenge as he wins his 3rd leg of the Grand Slam at the age of 29. He now has 2 Masters championships, the PGA from this year at Quail Hollow, and now the Open, Doug.
He's just so consistent. He doesn't do anything crazy like Tiger Woods used to do. He doesn't hit any shots you've never seen before in your life. But he's so darn consistent. He's in the middle of the fairway off the tee, and then he hits his approach shot to within 15 feet of the cup, and then he makes the putt.
Yeah.
And calmly strolls away with another birdie.
His ability to go into cruise control with a lead and protect it, and then if someone comes up on him, he knows when to press, he knows when to be safe. That's championship level golf. Like if you can do that week in, week out, and he's proven he can.
The fact that other players are in awe of him, that stands out to me. This, of course, is not by any means, and I want to emphasize this is not a shot at Tiger Woods and what he did. But I would think most people would agree that Scottie Scheffler is doing this in an era of better competition than Woods did. When Woods arrived, he was the only guy who was really lifting weights. He was the only guy who was able to hit it as far as he hit it. He was otherworldly from the moment he arrived. Scottie Scheffler was actually kind of struggling. This is all within the last couple of years that this has happened. The stat that perhaps stands out most, Justin Ray, who is a University of Missouri guy and now part of The Athletic, had him on my podcast earlier this year in advance of the Masters, said just 2 seasons ago, Scheffler ranked outside the top 50 in strokes gained putting on the PGA Tour in an attempt to straighten out the only weak link in his on-course repertoire. Scheffler started working with renowned putting instructor Phil Kenyon shortly before the Ryder Cup began in Rome. The 2 years since have seen Scheffler's putting numbers steadily ladder upward, culminating in arguably the best week of his professional career on the greens. Scheffler's strokes gained putting rank climbed to 77th last season and into the top 25 entering this week. So when you have the ability to putt, which was his issue even as early as last year, go from a weakness to a strength in addition to his shot dispersion with his approaches, that then creates this force that even when he's not on, he's still good. And when he's on, it turns into what you saw this past weekend.
I remember that time when he was really struggling, getting frustrated with his putts. Couldn't make anything.
And Rory McIlroy said on the telecast he needs to switch to a mallet putter, and then sure enough he did, and ever since then he has been damn near untouched.
Should have never offered that advice. I see he's won. Scheffler has 20 victories since February of 2022. And they had the stat yesterday that of his last 38 starts, he's won 14 of those. That's really pretty amazing.
It's unbelievable.
He's the 4th player all time to win the Open, Masters, and PGA before age 30. And if he were to win next year's U.S. Open, he would do so on the Sunday of Father's Day that would be his 30th birthday. The U.S. Open would complete the career Grand Slam.
And would still have maybe 15 years of his prime still to go. I think you'd be in your prime as a golfer in your early 40s, I think.
Here is Scottie Scheffler following yesterday's win.
Well, I don't really know exactly what to say, but thank you so much to the fans this week for all the support. I know I wasn't the fan favorite today, but I did hear a lot of USA and Dallas, Texas chants, and so I appreciate you guys coming out to support. Yeah, but overall, it's been a great week. The fan support all week was tremendous. It was a ton of fun to get to play here. I got to play with Shane the first couple of days, and you guys coming out and supporting Shane the way you did was really special, and it was a really fun week to be able to play in front of such a great crowd. To my family, starting with my wife and my son, thank you so much for the support. I couldn't do any of this without you, and I just love you very much, and I can't wait to get home and celebrate.
His wife sure was happy on the side of the green. Yeah. She was getting a big kick out of it.
I like the kid running up the hill. The Bennett,
Tried to, and then he stumbled.
Yeah. I've equated before, but like Scheffler and Patrick Mahomes, I think, are kind of similar in a way. Come on just in the past 5 to 6 years. Super dominant at their sport. I mean, undeniably the best player in their sports, in their fields. And just kind of guys who like to hang out with their families and probably have a cold one or two. And not much else.
Now what I'm gonna do right now is respectfully disagree.
Okay.
And this has nothing to do with Movie Boy. This is an observation. I think what put Mahomes on the map was Tiger-esque. Holy crap! Did you see that? Type of plays.
Sure.
Now, his dominance, of course, is comparable to both Tiger and Scottie Scheffler, but I think he has made some plays where you go, oh, my God. Scheffler is so good, it's boring. If you play with great players, and I've been lucky enough to play with guys who have won on the PGA Tour. Chris Nagel, we've all played with him. TMA played him a couple of years ago, and he's played in a few U.S. Opens. I think next to me, he's the best player in St. Louis.
Next to you, of course.
And what they do is usually boring. Scheffler is so boring. I'm talking golf-wise. I think personality-wise, he and his family have zero interest in the attention. I don't even know if he has social media. If he does, I doubt he touches it. Meanwhile, the Mahomes family Not necessarily Patrick,
Yeah,
but the family.
they're into it.
Very much so. And as a matter of fact, your observation is what Jordan Spieth said is one of the reasons why Scheffler is not only successful now, but may continue to be successful because he's not into that crap. Here's Jordan Spieth.
He doesn't care to be a superstar. He's not transcending the game like Tiger did. He's not bringing it to non-golf audience necessarily. He doesn't want to go do, the stuff that, a lot of us go do corporately, anything like that. He just wants to get away from the game and separate the two, because I know that he, at one time felt it was too much, that he was taking it with him. And, whenever he made that switch, I don't know when it was, but, he has hobbies, he's always with his family. They're always doing stuff. So I think it's more so the difference in personality from any other superstar that you've seen in the modern era and maybe any sport. I don't think anybody's like him.
Boy, he keeps hitting it long and straight based on what I'm hearing on the sounder.
Yeah, that was flushed. How about this? Scottie Scheffler equals Tim Duncan. That's from the 314.
Now we're getting somewhere.
You like that?
Yeah. In terms of play style and kind of personality off the scene there. Yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty good.
Okay.
And if
Mike Trout was another one who just kind of kept to himself, didn't have a real high profile off the playing field.
Yeah. Yep. Those are both really good comps, I would say. Tim Duncan one's pretty perfect.
You like that?
Yeah. Texas, too.
Guys, he sounds like Jackson. That's from the 314.
Spieth?
I don't know who, Spieth or Scheffler, but that's from the 314.
I could see both.
Patrick Mahomes is all over TV advertising. Scheffler doesn't do anything. That's from Eric in the Central West End, who does not like Jackson's comparison.
Hey, listen, you got to shoot the score.
You think he'll start doing commercials? Easy money?
Does he do any commercials?
I'm trying to think of any.
I mean, they had the Nike ad, but that wasn't him doing it.
Right, something like he's like acting or participating in like an off-season thing. No, I have yet to see something like that with him.
It's got to be hard to turn that down when somebody comes with you with $1 million and say it'll just take you 2 hours.
Yeah, it's like the Mike Trout test. Like if Scottie Scheffler in a golf hat and just like normal clothes, though, walk down the street, how many people would recognize him? Same thing we always say about Mike Trout,
He told the story at the presser yesterday following the win that his life has changed, and he goes to two, I think he said, Chipotle's in the Dallas area. One's right by SMU, and if he goes there, that's close to where he lives. He said everybody recognizes, but he can't go there anymore. He goes, there's another one, though, that I go to. I'm not going to say where, and no one recognizes me.
Yeah. I think there's a good chance he could go, especially if he's not in Dallas, if he's in an area where he's not local to. I could totally see him going like a whole weekend with maybe one or two people recognizing him.
Oh, sure.
Warson Woods Wacko says he saw Scheffler filming a Blue Chew commercial at a Battlehawks game.
Oh.
That's surprising.
There's a lot there. A lot to unpack.
So, Blue Chew chose the Dome. I mean, it is certainly one of the most beautiful facilities.
They had Iggy for a while as their spokesman.
Think how cool it'd be wild if he had turned down every sponsorship possible, but when Blue Chew came knocking,
said we've got a battle.
Couldn't say no. He just could not say no. It's like, this is what I'll bend for.
Guys, TaylorMade sent out a congratulations, and they photoshopped Scottie's hair to hide some of the receding hairline. That's from MD 2020.
That's really the only weakness in this game.
Has anybody else seen that?
I haven't heard that, no.
How would they know?
How would they photo?
You'd have to look at like pictures of Scottie's hair.
Just draw, like somebody put a little marker in on the power alleys.
Like Microsoft Paint.
I imagine he doesn't care a whole lot about that.
No, he doesn't strike me as somebody who's really too... guys, he has a Rolex commercial. That's from the Crystal City Clamhammer.
Okay.
The cops didn't even know who he was when they arrested him.
Oh,
that's from Starfish Street.
Yeah, they wanted to lock him up.
That's true. That's tough.
Scottie is a modern-day Stan Musial. That's from The Hunchback of Vaughan Castle. What do you think about that, Doug?
Well, yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. Yeah, humble, superstar. Doesn't look for the spotlight.
He's like most NHL players. He's very down to earth. That's from the 636.
Certainly very down to earth. There's no doubt about that.
Well, I need to get this Phil Kenyon to give me some putting lessons, too, if he was the difference in Scheffler being a really good player and one of the all-time greats.
What do you think? He's
What do you
like
suppose he
$50 an hour?
What do you suppose he told him? What's the secret to great putting?
Don't forget your golf shoes.
Well, I've been pretty good about that because I keep them in my bag.
I ran into him at the grocery store in Dallas 4 years ago, and then I did a double take, and he looked at me and just nodded his head and said, yeah, and then he just laughed. That's from Clevie Wade.
That actually does sound like a real interaction that would have happened.
I believe that from Clevie Wade.
Yeah, I'll buy that.
Well, I don't know. I was in a spot, Doug, I sprinkled some wagers, a small taste, a little $25 bet on Matthew Fitzpatrick at plus, it must have been plus 4,000 because I would have won 1,000 if he won. And I was telling my buddies when I was playing with some friends on Saturday morning, I said, I mean, it'd be a nice little hit, but I got to tell you, I kind of want to see Scheffler win just because I love witnessing greatness. I realize it does not and has not captivated the sports world like Tiger Woods. I don't think it's even remotely close, actually. And I think there are a variety of factors that contribute to that. But what he is doing, and he's doing it on the same schedule as Tiger Woods, makes me pull for him. And, it's something that it would really surprise me if he didn't get a U.S. Open within the next 5 years to complete the career Grand Slam. It's just so dominant. It's so consistent. And one of the most important stats, and I would say this is for amateur players, but of course professionals, is the bounce back stat. How you react to a bogey. He is one of the top players out there with not only bouncing back, but bouncing back with birdies on the PGA Tour. So he had that debacle of a hole yesterday where he didn't get out of the bunker on number 8, and then the next thing you know, he birdies 9, and it's just like it's on cruise control. In other words, yes, he has the physical gifts, which he has worked his ass off all of his life to get, but he also has the mentality to compartmentalize a mistake and get right back on track. And the game continues to be at the pace that he allows it to be, as opposed to speeding up and getting away from him. That, I think, is what separates him from everybody else. But when it gets down to it from a golf standpoint, the putting has just been ridiculous here, which used to be a weakness, and his shot dispersion approaching greens is unlike anything else. And then you get into his ability to go off the tee, and then his short game, and he is damn near invincible when he is on. It is 8:02 in St. Louis. Fisher Window and Door Store sponsor of the 8 o'clock hour here on TMA. Your thoughts are always welcome. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text into the Air Comfort Service text inbox. You can comment on the program at youtube.com/TMASTL. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of our YouTube chat. And you also are welcome to participate by calling in the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. The program is called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN. Fisher Window and Door Store, sponsor of our 8 o'clock hour here on the program. And the program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Brown and Crouppen is online at brownandcrouppen.com, 314-222-2222. If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcrouppen.com and let them know you heard about them on TMA. They've been our presenting sponsor now for 2 years. They were founded in St. Louis in 1979. And if you are in need of a personal injury attorney, wouldn't you want somebody who is local? Their offices are right there on the hill. They just built them here within the last couple of years. And they know the legal and local environment in the St. Louis area. They have superior legal services and value client services as well. Brown and Crouppen has been treating their clients and their employees incredibly well now, going back close to 50 years. They're part of our community. They value it. They're the presenting sponsor of TMA. If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcrouppen.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. Tim McKernan and Doug Vaughn with you, with Martin Kilcoyne vacationing this week. Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos, and Chairman Kurt is manning the Collier and Thompson phone lines. That's how you can call into the program, 314-974-0101. You are also welcome to text in at 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of our text inbox. Jackson, we've got Missouri news here with two things. Picked to finish 12th in the SEC by the SEC media, and then at the same time, they get a big-time basketball signing on Friday. Tell the people what's going on.
Well, in terms of the pick 12th out of in the SEC, doesn't that to you just always ring hollow? Because how does anyone have any
basketball? Pick 12, right? Not football.
Football,
pick 12?
Football.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. Doesn't that ring a little hollow to you? Not because, like, has anyone seen Beau Pribula or Sam Horn enough to be like, oh, yeah, Missouri's going to finish 12th?
It means nothing to me.
Yeah. I mean, it's that part of it is like, I'm like, all right, well, it's like bulletin board material, I guess. Drink's going to use that. Like, at some point this season that's coming up. In one press conference or another, there's going to be some about being picked 12th in the SEC. In terms of Jason Crow Jr., the 5-star top point guard in the class of 2026, they got fired up. How could you be anything but? He's like the first guy of the top 100 to commit this early. There's certainly you're like, wow. Like,
I would imagine a large number of people have no idea what the deal is with this guy. So if you could, considering you follow this as closely as you do and you're a huge Missouri basketball fan, compare, if you could, and explain to people why it is significant.
Jason Crow Jr. is the number 1 point guard ranked in the class of 2026 from Inglewood, California. So certainly not a local kid. And he is an outstanding scorer. I mean, he just puts up shots. He's a volume shooter. He gets shots up, knocks them down. He's really, really talented. 6'3", so he's not like, I wouldn't say a more modernized version of the lengthy wing or the point forward that has become popular over the past couple of years, but he's a bucket. That says
you like that term? He's a bucket.
I don't care for
Jason
it.
Crow Jr. is a bucket, and it's I guess the surprising element of it is A, picking Mizzou, being from Inglewood. Sorry to do it in that one form, Doug, and B, committing so early. I think it has some people a little gun shy to be like, oh, I can't wait for this kid, because that's a lot of time to also decommit and field other offers. But he committed to Mizzou. He committed to Dennis Gates. He speaks highly of the program. He's the highest prospect or highest recruit since Michael Porter Jr. So a lot to be excited for on that front. I mean, I'm fired up. But again, it's a slight trepidation just because of the landscape of college athletics being like, this kid could decommit or go somewhere else or use it as leverage. Who knows? But as of right now, he's going to be wearing the black and gold. And if he can score like he does in high school and how he does in AAU ball, yeah, there's a ton to be excited about.
Because he's a bucket.
Yeah, he's a walking bucket.
I'm reading from the Columbia Daily Tribune that his father, Jason Crow Sr., is his coach and had a long-term relationship with Dennis Gates dating back to when Gates
Was
it a player at California?
Yeah, Gates has California ties.
That's the connection.
Yeah. And Gabe DeArmond, friend of the show, saw him play at the Peach Jam, which was over the weekend in Georgia, and says he's more impressed by him up close than he was on game tape. People were asking him questions. He was just like, yeah, this kid is the real deal. There's nothing fake about this. This kid is unbelievable. So that's really exciting on that front. Yeah. Football-wise, I don't get too moved by 12th in the SEC, but, I get why people would.
Well, if you look at the 2024 season, I think even the hardest of hardcore Mizzou fans would acknowledge they were dancing with the devil 3 times and were very fortunate to escape 3 times. At home, Vanderbilt, Auburn, and Oklahoma, none of whom were particularly good last year. On the other side of it, they went to Columbia, South Carolina, had a lead late with that incredible Cook to Burden touchdown, and then Lenora Sellers led the Gamecocks down the field in a game that Missouri was about to win against a really good football team on the road. They lost. So, with that established, when you look at the schedule, and we're talking conference now, so you take KU on September 6th out of the mix, they're at home against South Carolina. South Carolina was picked, 4th or 5th?
Yes.
Again, I value that just as much as I value Missouri being 12th, but the point being South Carolina usually isn't one of those we're voting on the helmets, so to speak, programs, and it speaks to what the expectations are for South Carolina this year. Then you're at home against Alabama with your next conference game, on the road against Auburn, on the road against Vanderbilt. We saw what Vanderbilt was last year, both in Columbia, Missouri, but also in Nashville when they beat Alabama, and they challenged some other teams throughout the course of the season. You're at home against A&M. You're at home against Mississippi State. You're on the road against Oklahoma, and you're on the road against Arkansas. I don't think it would be disingenuous to say it's possible for Missouri to be under 500 with that schedule, and that's a schedule that doesn't feature the team that was picked to win the SEC, Texas, the team picked to finish second in the SEC, Georgia, doesn't feature LSU, who has high expectations as well, Florida, which finished the 2024 season with some momentum, and Tennessee and Ole Miss. I mean, it's an incredibly favorable schedule. But I've had some listeners email me because over the last couple of years, I've been good on the season-long projections. Super high on Missouri going over their projected win total in 2023. Super high on Missouri going under their win total in 2024. Anything I would say on Missouri or any other program at this point, it's just so different now because of the roster turnover,
Yeah.
And in particular, you're talking about quarterback.
Yeah. And they haven't even announced really who's going to be playing quarterback for Mizzou, but one would think it's Beau Pribula, and people don't have any history with him. Like if you're an SEC media person, you've likely never seen them play. Even if you're a Big Ten media guy, you've probably only seen them play a couple of times and not peak points of the season.
I have a real hard time just saying Beau Pribula. That's why I'm rooting for Sam Horn.
Because you don't like to pronounce
Beau
Pribula.
Pribula. That's hard.
Let's see what Dalen Carnell, the Missouri linebacker, had to say about Beau Pribula.
Good luck.
Does is in practice, Coach Drink always tells us stay off the quarterback, but I think it's just natural for him to lower his shoulder. So they'll do some QB runs and he'll hit the hole and lower his shoulder, but me, I just naturally move out the way because I've been yelled at many times from Coach Drink to stay out the QB, but it'd just be surprising me. I could tell he's going to be a physical runner.
Dalen, are there similarities between what Beau brings to the table and what y'all enjoyed and experienced with Brady Cook in terms of the type of person, the type of competitor, and those sorts of things?
Yeah, I feel like they're similar competitors. They just want to win everything. I was in Beau lift group all spring, and he was always competing to have the top times and anything we did and stuff like that. So that was the same thing Brady did. So that reminded me of Brady. I even be when I go to the indoor to do work, he's often in there. He's sometimes by himself throwing. I ain't never seen that from a quarterback. So he's definitely a hard worker.
No, hike. Okay. Do they still say hike?
I think so.
As often as not, they just clap their hands to start the play now.
They still say hike.
Hike.
South Carolina, for the record, picked 5th. LSU's picked 4th. I apologize. So Missouri only plays 2 of the top 7 teams that are projected by the SEC media, which, again, I think is people living in abject poverty doing podcasts with no revenue, and I say that respectfully. And then Missouri plays 10, 11. Missouri is number 12, 13, 14, and 16. The only team from the bottom 8 schools that they don't play, Missouri being one of them, is Kentucky. So the schedule couldn't be more favorable, at least if the projections are accurate, as is the case. This is one thing that you can count on. I guess I would say 2 things. One of the teams that's expected to have a hell of a year will fall on its face, and that coach will likely be fired. And then one of the teams that is in that bottom half will supersede expectations and be in the mix. That is just something that you can count on in a major way. And I think even more so now because there is more parity with NIL and the transfer portal. Chris Kerber is going to join us on the other side of the break every Monday in the 8 o'clock hour. He is a guest on 101 ESPN. We'll talk it over with Kerbs coming up next. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
Hey, when you're thinking about your heating and air conditioning needs in your house, and you've been listening to us talk about Classic Air Care, there's something that's really important to them, and that is that 4.8 Google rating when it comes to reviews. Why is that important? It's pretty simple. That means that's what the customers are saying about the quality of the service they get. And I'm going to give you a review. I'm going to give you mine. They came out to the house to maintain the unit. They poked a hole in one spot. They measured the temperature. They go to where the air is blowing out of a vent in another portion of the house. They make sure that the temperature variance is there is perfect. They also make sure that the amount of airflow is there. They educate you on just how important it is to change your air filter. They came in. They make sure that there's no dust or anything left behind. They cover up the shoes so there's no marks on the carpet. They care about the quality because the people that are taking care of your house for Classic Air Care are your neighbors. They live in the area, they work in the area, they're local, and they're there for you. So you can check out more about their Google rating and all the different reviews they have at classicaircare.com. As this summer rolls on, as the heat continues to go, as the humidity continues to stay high, get in there and have Classic Air Care check out your unit. If something goes wrong with it, they can repair it. They've got techs with over 40 years of experience working on every unit that is possible out there. So get on the phone or get online, classicaircare.com. You know you can count on them, and they've been taking care of my family. They'll take care of yours. It's Classic Air Care. They've been making people comfortable since 1926.
Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne vacationing this week. Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt manning the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Brad Thompson will join us coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. That's coming your way at 9:30. Right now, it is our pleasure to welcome to the program the voice of the Blues, Chris Kerber. Morning, Kerbs.
Tim, how are you, bud?
Wonderful. How are you doing? Fine, sir.
I'm doing great. We had a great weekend, had the neighborhood annual block party, so another successful event, and things are going well as we start to get two kids out the door to college this year. So it's going to be a fascinating couple of weeks around the Kerber household.
Oh, got two of them going at the same time? This is the first time both of them have left, or they've been there for a few years now?
No, first time. So Gracie's going to be a junior down at University of Louisville, and Gabby is in the nursing program and is going to be a freshman at Mizzou. So it'll be the first time the two of them are gone, and their 15-year-old sister, I think, is looking around going, don't leave me alone with Mom and Dad.
Oh, God. Be some tears flowing from your eyes, too, I expect, to see him leave the nest.
Yeah, this one, you know what? This one, to me, just feels different. When Gracie went off to college, it was one of those you're ready for. You're excited for him, and I'm ready for it. But now with both of them gone, we're looking around going, man, this place is already quieter already with just their work schedules and social lives and stuff. But it'll be good. But you know, Gabby was one of those that was like, man, I'm going as far away from home as I can. And then as the college process went along, he ended up settling in on Mizzou. So I'm glad she's just an hour and 45 minutes down the road.
Sure, she can come home for laundry and get some cash from you. Just a 2-hour drive.
I'll be perfectly fine with that.
You said it's quiet at home. Probably these are the quiet days in the Blues front office, too. What are Doug Armstrong and Alexander Steen doing right about now?
Hopefully taking a little bit of a break. You know, Doug has said that for him, it's really been one of the quietest and weirdest summers that he's ever experienced as a general manager. And, you know, the reason for that is because all of his contracts were done by July 2nd. When they ended up landing Pius Suter, who was Pius Suter was one of those guys a little bit below the radar, but probably one of the top three, free agent centermen on the market. Once he got that done, and then the Joel Hofer extension, there's nobody with the Blues that's going to arbitration. You know, I think it's Nikita Alexandrov is the only unsigned player. He's an American League player. He's an RFA. So, that's really no stress on that one. And so it's kind of done for them. Now, I got to think at some point, knowing their MO, that if they haven't already, had some kind of initial discussions with Holloway's agent and Broberg's agent, because those contracts are up at the end of this year, those will get going. You go back and you look at Braden Shen and Colton Parayko, Jordan Bennington, Thomas and Kyrou. All those extensions were signed pretty much going into the last year of their contract. So we'll see if that pattern holds true here still. Other guys.
Chris Kerber, our guest, every Monday at about 8:15 here on TMA 101 ESPN. Schedule came out last week. Anything stand out to you when you saw the schedule come out?
A little more balance around the Christmas holiday. So you kind of like that, for yourself and for the players. And the reason I say that, like last year, you just felt like you were on the road all the time. And as you start to have these players move into that, especially, guys like Robert Thomas and others that are maybe moving into, into the family life aspect of their lives, the stresses are different. And so being around for that with a little more balance, I think, is actually really good mentally on the group. I love the fact of starting out of the gate with a divisional opponent. I mean, that gives you a real sense of focus going right into camp and coming out. And I think the other thing that just immediately jumps off is, Tim, is 7 home games are there in the month of October, right? And so you taking advantage of that momentum that Jim Montgomery built last season on home ice, I think is going to be huge. Now, one of the traps that we've seen the Blues over the last 4 or 5 years get into is if they've had a decent or good start, they've given it back in November. So while they're heavy at home in the month of October, they're heavy on the road in the month of November. So one of the early storylines will be, can you get off to a good start? Can you make sure that by Thanksgiving you're not chasing the pack? And can you, if you do get off to a good start, can you at least maintain it as you start to head towards that Thanksgiving holiday? And that's kind of what I'm looking at there.
You think the Cardinals may have asked the league to give them the Blues asked the NHL to give them a lot of October home games, knowing the Cardinals wouldn't be in the playoffs this year? No competition there.
No, I don't think that really has much to do with it.
No, it's just being sarcastic.
No, I think, when they do these schedules, and I would love to see, especially since they're not expanding right now, and they don't have a franchise that's moving, at least that we know of, right? I'd love to see them come out with a schedule so much earlier. Now, the challenges that they have with that is maybe not so much in St. Louis because you're really only competing with concerts or other events in the building. But if you're in a building, like the jobbing.com, crypto.com arena, the old Staples Center, right? And you're having to deal with WNBA schedules, NBA schedules, NHL schedules, things like that, on top of concert schedules. Some of these scheduling things are a challenge. I do think you probably, in an ideal situation, you probably would like to see a little more balance maybe in that first month. But, the fact that, the Cardinals are struggling, fans will be, craving, I think, the start of this hockey season. There's going to be a ton of excitement for it. So that will be good. It is now, Doug, I will say that when the Cardinals are rolling and it goes, it is one of those things where, frankly, the Blues have sold out during some of those times too. But I think it's just an exciting all-around time for the sports fans in St. Louis if you can get the start of a Blues season with playoff baseball.
I don't think we asked you the last couple of weeks you were on about Justin Carbonneau, the number 1 draft pick. How did he look in that rookie or development camp, whatever they call it, that they were here a month or so ago?
The development camp was also an interesting thing this year because, unlike past seasons where you might have had a lot more numbers, you've had players like Dalibor Dvorsky kind of graduate out of that. I don't think because there was a need to see a Lindstein come over because he's going to eventually be playing in the American Hockey League, things like that. So as far as Carbonneau, they really liked what he looked. Now that they kind of saw him in person a little bit, they loved the level of confidence that he had. He clearly has a shot. He had to make a decision whether or not to go the college route or go back to junior, because there was for those that may not know, there pretty big court ruling just over a year or so ago that said that basically allowed CHL, Canadian Hockey League players. So if you're playing in the Quebec League, the Western League, the Ontario Hockey League, you know, those longtime famous junior hockey leagues that have produced so much talent. If you have played in those leagues, you are also now allowed, though, to play in college hockey. You could transfer over to college hockey, right? So he had an opportunity to go do that. And there's some debate on whether or not you stay in junior, because you know you're not going to be in the NHL just yet. You stay in junior and continue your development there, or do you go play college hockey where you're playing against guys, you know, I mean, you're getting now where freshmen in college hockey are 20, 21. So you're playing with guys that are a little bit older, a little more mature body-wise, right? And there's different nuances to it. I think people will tell you if they go back to when Eric Johnson would decided to go to Minnesota rather than turn pro, there's a lot of people that thought that was a mistake because of the way it was handled by the Minnesota coach at the time. You know, so he decided to stay in with his junior team, and the Blues will start working with him on that one. But he looked good. They're excited about him. But again, you know, you look at where this team is, guys, and the great thing is they haven't had to rush any one of these prospects along. They haven't had to do what they did with the Oshis, the Backuses, the Berglunds, Bronze, and all that. There's time to get them seasoning in the minors, and there's a long history of success when you're able to do that, and then you bring them up when they're ready. I think the next success story we're going to see is Dvorsky, but the fact that the Blues have been in a terrific competitive spot, or even during this 3-year, you know, retool, they really haven't felt the need to have to rush players up is fantastic.
Kerb's final question for you. Looking at the schedule, there will be a big break in the month of February for the Olympics. Who do you think from the Blues roster will be participating come February?
I think off the top of my head, I think there's 4 players that you're looking at. Clearly looking at Colton Parayko and Jordan Bennington. I think Jordan Bennington, unless something really changes or he has a really rough year, I think Jordan Bennington kind of inked himself into that starting spot with Team Canada. So to me, Jordan Bennington and Colton Parayko are 2 that go because of what they were able to accomplish, especially during that 4 Nations. All right, Robert Thomas was on the outside looking in. Now remember, he started off really well, and then he got hurt. And I think that really kind of hurt his chances with Team Canada in terms of that injury. If Robert Thomas has the start to this season like he had the last 2 months of last season, it's going to be really hard for Team Canada to not put Robert Thomas on that Olympic team. And then the other one, guys, that you have to keep an eye on, I think, is Philip Broberg. You know, to me, Broberg is one of those players that had he not gotten hurt, he would have been intriguing. Would have been an intriguing choice for Team Sweden. The Team Sweden selection process, my understanding, is just it's a tad different. It's a little bit, you know, some of it's merit-based. Well, I guess a lot of it's merit-based, right? And because of his youth and age and things like that, and then getting hurt, he didn't really have enough chance to shine for them. So if Philip Broberg is healthy and has a really strong start to the season, I think there's a chance that he'll go.
Chris?
I think it was it the last time that the NHL was in the Olympics, or the second to last time? We had when we had Sobotka and Bouwmeester, all those guys. Like I think we had like 9 or 10 players go that year.
Yeah, it really opens it up if you got more than 4 teams.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting, and I hope, frankly, we see all 4 of those guys, if not 1 or 2 more, really get a crack at it. It's fun for them.
Chris Kerber with us every Monday here on 101 ESPN in the 8 o'clock hour, giving us his perspective on the Blues. Kerbs, we appreciate the time, sir. Thank you so much.
All right, fellas, have an awesome week. Talk to you next week.
You too. That's Chris Kerber with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn with you on the program. You're welcome to participate in a wide variety of ways. You can watch the show and talk it over with other TMA listeners, youtube.com/TMASTL. 262 friends have gathered at youtube.com/TMASTL to talk it over. And that chat is brought to you by Michelob Ultra Air Comfort Service, sponsor of our text inbox. 314-399-9646 is how you can text into the program. And, of course, you're also welcome to call into the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. On the Stiefel Dossier, we'll be joined by Brad Thompson in our 9 o'clock hour. And also coming up, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Currently, the leader for the month of July, Paul Harvey, Milk
mustache leading in the month of July. Jackson Burkett and I will be doing QFTA. That stands for Questions from the Audience. You can send your questions, comments, erotic stories to T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. Anything and everything is welcome. That'll be on the TMA STL YouTube channel, and it'll also be on the TMA podcast feed for those of you to listen later on. Just like you can listen now to Movie Boy, Doug, Jackson's new podcast, which is just really a cover to attack older citizens.
It seems that to be the case so far. Now, if a movie maybe that's struggling a little bit, say that, I don't know that the Superman movie is struggling.
Sure.
But if the producer of that were to call you and say, hey, how about a kind word about the Superman? Here's $1,000. Would you accept that?
No.
You wouldn't.
About $100K.
I think there's different ways to go about it than something like that. That seems kind of nasty, kind of greasy.
$10,000.
But if it's like, hey, can you do some promotion for it, or sponsor? And I think there's ways to go about it where it wouldn't be like feel so quid pro quo.
You would take that money and run a commercial for it rather than just simply take the money.
I don't know. I'm not like a critic.
$20,000.
That would be money poorly spent, by the way. That would be money.
But you would take the money at some point. You would take.
Don't you downplay Movie Boy?
I guess, but it's like I'm not. There's better places to go. I'm not a critic, so I don't think people will hang on my word to go see a movie.
I don't know. At the top of the Air Comfort Service text inbox, I just took a peek. Papers. I effing loved the Movie Boy debut episode. That's from Nordique, a hockey elephant.
That's very kind. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for listening. Thank you. That means a lot to me. I really appreciate it.
I think there's something, too. It's enjoyable to listen to someone talk about something they're passionate about. It's very obvious that he's very passionate about it.
I agree with that. I didn't even know the movies you were talking. Well, I guess I know about F1.
Right.
But the others, although I'm intrigued by the premise of, what is it, Eddington?
Eddington, yeah. Eddington. That's a... It's going to be a fun conversation this week.
But yes, you're right, Chairman. When somebody is passionate about something, they're coming at it both emotionally, but therefore with more information than you most likely have because they're passionate about it.
Yeah.
And so, But the thing that is not said when you read about Movie Boy is that the passion is the dislike of older people.
And that's disappointing because they make up a large portion of the movie-going audience.
And they just apparently sit and talk to the movie screen the entire damn time.
There's just something about being a board operator for this show that makes you hate the elderly.
I know.
And they had the blanket with them, too, which I dislike.
But that doesn't affect
They
you.
brought a quilt in?
Yes.
These like former Rams PSO holders?
Yes. They looked like they were ripped right out of the lower bowl of the Howard Jones Dome.
And I don't want to give too much away from episode 1, but was there an animal involved?
Yeah, they had a dog with them.
They brought a dog into the theater?
Which shockingly wasn't what upset him the most.
I felt like I was in their living room between the blankets and the talking and the dog.
You can't bring a dog.
Oh, I know. You're telling me. And they were in the wrong seats.
Did the dog yap or anything?
No, the dog was actually not the issue at all. The opposite of the issue.
From all the hockey movies of all time, what are your guys' favorites? Thanks. That's from the 314. I want to go. This ties in. We just had Chris Kerber on. We're talking Movie Boy, Jackson's new podcast, which is on the TMA podcast feed. So if you subscribe to the TMA podcast, you'll get Movie Boy. Jackson, what are your...
Slapshot is for sure the GOAT in that department. It stands the test of time all these years later. Was it 77 or something? Still amazing and referenced all the time. Goon is one recently.
That's a good call.
Yeah, Canadian movie. Jay Baruchel, I think, either produced it or he certainly is a part of it. That's with Doug Glatt. We have someone who texts in as Doug Glatt. That's from the movie Goon. Mighty Ducks.
Stifler?
Yes.
Stifler plays Doug Glatt, right? Yeah. He's Goon himself.
Doug Stifler.
Okay. Miracle on Ice has got to be in there.
Yeah, and then Miracle. Miracle. And what you can take your pick of a Mighty Ducks film, whichever one's your personal favorite.
I guess the first one.
Not 3.
Yeah, whichever one is you. I know some people are have a lot of reverence for D2.
Just Don't Press Push is not happy that Youngblood has not been mentioned.
I don't know Youngblood.
No.
I'm happy to open my eyes to I love sports movies.
No. Do you like Mystery Alaska?
I've never seen that one either.
No, how do we have Movie Boy?
I don't know.
And then not see
Lost
Youngblood?
A lot of credibility in my eyes.
Youngblood. Boy, Rob Lowe is looking longingly into this with this movie poster.
Did he have a hat on that just said hockey?
No, he's got an unbelievable head of hair. I'll tell you that much. 1988, Rob Lowe. Woof, woof.
Wow.
Okay.
Don't you have a problem with that?
The whole thing has gone sideways in my view.
Just try my best.
I like that miracle. That's one that even what it's been. It's 21 years old now, I think.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
I love that movie.
Yeah, it's really good.
I love that movie.
I could see an episode of Movie Boy coming up, maybe featuring Jamie Rivers, maybe featuring Joey Vitale about the all-time, the pantheon of hockey movies.
Don't say pantheon.
Talking it over with them.
I'd love to listen to you and Jamie Rivers talk it over.
Yeah, that's the point of Movie Boys, bringing in different people left and right, depending on the episode, depending on what's going on. You know,
Doug and I haven't been asked. We're a little pissed off.
I know, one episode. We'll get there.
I could do an episode with you on worst movies ever.
And Grown-Ups too. Yeah.
Martin sent me on Friday a link to what he thought was a legitimate trailer for Grown-Ups 3. I had to break his heart and tell him it was just AI generated.
Oh, yeah, that goes on all the time now. Where like fake trailers get put up. It's fooled people plenty.
This AI is going to be a snootful.
Yeah.
Clip that off. Sam Altman will join us coming up following Brad Thompson. The program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen here on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Little Jackie Papers, and Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Martin Kilcoyne will be out all week. He'll be back with us next Monday on the program. It is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN, and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Martin Kilcoyne for our friends at Together Credit Union, TCU.org. We talk a lot about different mortgages that are available to you, different types of loans. We also want to talk about our community contributor loans for the folks who are making a difference in our community, first responders and our teachers. If you're a community contributor, they've carved out a mortgage program just for you. You can stop by any of the 14 branches around town or go online, check out the rates. Getting a mortgage for the first home, second home, whatever process it is, it gets a little bit stressful, but you can count on Together Credit Union to get it all done here in town, in-house, everything, all that paperwork, everything that needs to get done. The process can get complicated. Together Credit Union keeps it simple. So many different loans and different types of loans available, but also for our friends that are making a difference. The community contributor loan, something available at Together Credit Union. Go online, togethercu.org, member NCUA, for our friends at Together Credit Union.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update. It's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals back in action this evening, taking on the Colorado Rockies in Denver with a 7:40 p.m. first pitch. Michael McGreevy on the mound for the Cardinals. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
But now that it's September, all they ever talk about, like October, looking like the we charging like the mount. We're ready for you, Niger. He gon' lay you on that ground. Brandon Phillips, where you at? Practically 20 games back. We talking about the playoffs, so you know we brought our bats. Yup, who we got on deck? Them Chicago Cubs. You wanna know the difference between them and us? Well, first off, we red, yeah, you know they blue, but they don't know October quite as well as we do. Yeah, our fans are always crazy, yeah, we hardly ever sober, but then they never party, especially in October. Yes, St. Louis, we the truest birds in our hearts. So many pennants, we should hang them from the arch. I love my birds on my chest, I love my birds on my hat. As long as that bird red, I'ma put it on my bat. I love my birds on my chest, I love my birds on my back. As long as that bird red, I'ma wear it on my hat. Yup, and Cali got them wheels, so you know he gon' steal. The Cars, they got that staff, they gonna steal us the deal. Yeah, St. Louis always rowdy, yes.
So I had to get fired up for the Rockies series when you didn't hear
No.
Come on now.
Man, every day a holiday. When your
I mean, it's just horrendous, isn't it? Is it just me?
Yes.
It's just me?
It is just you.
Okay.
Just won a Grammy. It's TMA 101 ESPN, Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on the Stiefel dossier. Brad Thompson in the 9 o'clock hour and the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Coming up in the 10 o'clock hour, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And then a special treat on the TMA STL YouTube channel as Jackson and I host the Tim McKernan Show podcast, QFTA. That stands for Questions from the Audience, and you can send yours in. I mean, we'll talk about anything.
Well,
T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com, and we will read comments, erotic stories, hate mail. It's all welcome at TMCKERNAN at InsideSTL.com. More people, when we talked about the Cardinals and Diamondbacks series, were interested in talking about the Savannah Bananas over the weekend. Adam Wainwright did throw in the Savannah Bananas game when they were here at Busch Stadium for 2 nights. Here is Adam Wainwright talking about pitching in St. Louis.
Yeah, it was awesome. When the crowd gets into it like that, you know, when you're out there on that field, it's adrenaline was pumping, and good to see out there between the lines again at Busch Stadium. Favorite place to pitch in the whole world, and sit in front of these great fans. It's the best baseball town in the world. You know, I was blessed to play here for 18 years and call this home. So being back to Busch Stadium, it felt right.
Got to get the mic closer to the guy talking.
I sat there and watched Tim laughing. I watched Jackson cringing. That was fun to experience as a spectator.
I was like, oh, boy.
Get the mic up in there. Get the mic up in there.
Oh, no. I knew when I was cutting that audio.
The Cardinals suck. These songs suck. Stop it! From the 314 talk.
Yeah. It's hard to argue with that sentiment.
Times are tough.
Jackson, what the F was that? That's from the 618. Guys, thanks for playing audio of Adam Wainwright from 30 rows back.
I know.
That's from the 314. Why would you even play that audio? That's from Grandma Johan.
Gosh.
My fault.
Couldn't hear any of that. That's from the Caddyshack hack. Nice quality audio. That's from Wedding Tackle.
Oh, look at that! Look at this, look at that!
Yeah, not my best.
Why can't microphones be better? All the technology gains we've had over the last 10, 20 years, microphone technology just stays the same. Sometimes we hear it, sometimes we don't.
It's tough. That's
frustrates me.
That's on me. I'll wear it.
I'm out. Do better, pal. See you next month. That's from Gooner Reloaded. He's going to turn his attention to August now.
It took us 10 seconds of bad audio.
He said the same thing last week. He said, see you next month.
He said the same thing in the 7 o'clock hour, too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's kind of rude for you guys to eavesdrop on Wainwright's conversation with somebody else. Doug, that's from Arbor Day, who I thought was suspended, but I guess he's
back.
Maybe if we heard it again, we could hear better what he said.
I'm not doing it again. I'm not subjecting myself to
Movie
anything.
Boy is definitely not Audio Boy. That's from the Jerkwood from Kirkwood. Why don't we get a little sampling of Movie Boy? Doug, you can listen to the podcast. I was listening to it en route to the station this morning. This is Jackson's brand new podcast, hour and 54 minutes, Jackson.
First one, yeah.
It's just Jackson by himself in episode 1. Here's a sampling of Movie Boy, and if you're a TMA podcast subscriber, it's automatically in your feed. Take a listen, why don't you?
All right.
And also, I want to say another thing. Saw F1, and it was a pretty full theater. When I sat down, again, I'm pretty much dead center. There was another solo guy next to me. He had a hot dog, and he was eating a hot dog during the first part of the previews. And, you know, eat whatever you want. You know, I'm not going to judge. I like a hot dog. I like a wiener. I like a Frank like the next guy. Pretty pungent, I'm going to say, in close quarters like that. Like, it really smelled like fucking hot dog there for like the first 10 minutes of the movie. And I got to say, it was bothering me a little bit. I didn't say anything to him. How could I? He's well within his right to eat a hot dog wherever he likes. He bought it from the theater. But it, like, smelled pretty gross. Like, it smelled like hot dog for a while. And I didn't love it. I got to be honest. Didn't love the smell of hot dog while Brad Pitt's driving fast.
Gosh. So you were right there in close quarters talking hot dogs with another single gentleman.
No, I wasn't talking at all. I wasn't talking at all. This, like, I plopped down, I sat down, getting
Right
ready
next to him.
and he was already hip deep in this. In this hot dog. And to be honest with you, based on the smell around us, it seemed like that was one of 2 hot dogs. I think I
we had
missed
a couple of them.
I think I missed the debut dog.
Oh.
It reeked of hot dog in that general vicinity. And again, like, how can I complain? You can buy a hot dog from the movie theater and eat it. It just reeks. Like, a hot dog has a certain smell.
Yeah, it
and it's
does.
not a pleasant one.
No, it isn't.
It's only pleasant if you're eating the hot dog. And
That's
even
right.
then.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Move to a different seat, dumbass. That's from Huckleberry Finn.
Reserve seats, man. Reserve seats. You take someone else's seat. It was a full theater. Theaters are back, by the way. People are going droves. Love
Is that
it.
right?
Oh, yeah. Tuesdays and Wednesdays, AMC does like a 50% off thing. Packed. Yeah, most even stuff that's not getting reviewed well, packed. It's
But
great.
people are eating hot dogs and talking to the movie.
Yeah, that's not great. It was, I think something about the recliner seats make people feel more at home.
Do you get yourself a giant sody?
Like a movie is like the one time I'll really allow myself to have soda, like full sugar soda, and I kind of enjoy that. So yeah, I'll have a soda pop, but I don't do popcorn or anything like that. Candy.
Never have to get up before the movie's over to hit the restroom, do you?
I have an application that I use that tells me the best times to go use the bathroom during the movie.
How many times did you go during Eddington?
Once, just once. But I was flying blind on that. They didn't put P times yet for that one.
The app tells you what part of the movie's going to be boring or when your bladder's going to be full.
No, slower. So, like, you start the timer as the movie begins, and like 30 seconds before the P time, it tells you, hey, when this character says this, go use the bathroom. And then it gives you like a 2-sentence synopsis of what you're missing. It might be the greatest application of all time.
Never heard of that.
It's incredible.
I think I saw Jackson in the stands at the WNBA All-Star Game wearing a shirt that said, "Be quiet in the theaters." That's from Tim's Toothless Bottom Boy. Did you go to the WNBA All-Star Game?
No, I would love to have, but no, I was not present, nor was I wearing any graphic tees of sorts. Or
You think you can sell some merch with this podcast?
I wear a Movie Boy shirt all day.
Maybe, maybe we'll see. It's first episode. We're plugging along. We're trying to do our best here.
Get over it, Silver Spoon. We're hot dogs for breakfast, lunch, and dinner here in the mean streets of Afton. That's some Injun Joe's Cave Ride Magic, man, and he's saying you're food shaming because you're from Ladue.
I don't mean to. I had a hot dog yesterday, and I'll tell you what, the acid reflux you get from that, it just sticks with you for a while.
Is this live read?
I'm just saying, like, you eat a hot dog and you feel it for the next couple hours.
Yeah.
Like your esophagus certainly does. Mine did.
Your podcast art was strong, too.
Thank you. Yeah, I designed that and put that up there.
Oh, you designed it? Mm-hmm. Wow, look at you.
Yeah, a little graphic designer over here.
How about that?
Yeah, it's a simple one, but I like it. I like the font.
I enjoy Movie Boy.
Thank you,
Like
man.
I said, I'm
Appreciate you.
25 minutes in. I'm gonna go the whole distance.
How often will there be episodes?
Yeah, how often are you gonna do it?
So we're gonna start once a week.
Okay.
So every Saturday, probably till the end of the month, and then I'm hoping to do two a week. 2 a week, I think, is my goal.
Wow.
Like a Wednesday, Saturday kind of release schedule would be my hope. It's kind of dependent on the time of year. you know? Like in January and February, there's not a lot in terms of movie news, but then you get into award season, and then it's a ton, and then end of the year, there's a ton of stuff coming out. So it'll be dependent, but the hope is twice a week.
Huh. And you're going
to make it more
ratchet
palatable.
you off 2 hours
No,
piece?
I'm trying to make them shorter. I want to make them shorter, more podcasts, shorter in length, because 2 hours is a long time.
Mm-hmm. 2 hours is a long time to hear one person say anything.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. This is not the...
Do you enjoy Dan Carlin's history podcast?
I've never heard it.
Oh, he talks.
Yeah, it's tough, like especially...
Joe Rogan goes and goes and goes, but he's going with somebody else.
He's got someone else, yeah, right. And other people in the studio. So so like this week, my plan is to have a conversation with a couple of my buddies, one of them who's a filmmaker, to discuss Eddington. That's my hope. So it won't be just me. Even if you don't know the people who I'm talking to, at least it won't be just me.
Go to one of those dine-in theaters one night. You'll think it's high class until you see a bunch of fats having mozzarella sticks and chicken tendies as an appetizer for their gallon bucket of popcorn and oil drum of cola. Doug got some cola spicy. They get an oil drum?
That's a lot of cola.
I've been into one of those dine-in theaters, and that Low Swing text is spot on. It's tough.
The theater must really stink.
It's like
greasy food.
Someone's hammering a burger right next to you, and you're just like sitting there next to them. It feels intrusive. It feels like I'm at dinner with them, and I didn't ask to be. You know, it's tough.
And you hear the...
Oh, yeah.
Is that a little gerbil scratching?
Yeah.
You might catch some barbecue sauce flying at you.
Yeah. Cinema pigging isn't worse than sky pigging, is it?
Sky pigging is worse because there's no,
enclosed.
You can't leave.
Yeah.
You know? And it's even tighter quarters.
Not to piss on Jackson's little school project, but does anyone know what Wainwright actually said? That's from the Caddyshack hack.
Loves pitching in St. Louis. It's his favorite place. It's the best baseball town in America. That's the gist of it.
Mm-hmm.
You could barely hear it.
Yeah.
Tough. My fault.
I'd like to hear it again to see if we can
make
out what he
I
said.
will never play that audio again.
Okay.
It's forbidden now.
Jesus, Jackson, you're like 26. How can't you hold your piss for 2 or 3 hours? Strap a diaper on, kid, if you can't. That's from Daddy Padre.
Is someone really complaining that I have to use the bathroom?
Daddy Padre, who won the cup, so you kind of got to pay attention.
If you're hydrated.
You have an app that tells you right when you should go.
Yeah. Why?
I've never heard of such a thing.
It's great.
It's awesome. It's awesome. It makes it so you never miss anything because it gives you a little synopsis of what you're missing.
But you're not supposed to be on your phone during the movie
I have a setting on my iPhone called Movie Setting where I only get notifications from a select group of people, including my app that
telling
tells
you
me
when you need to go to the
it doesn't
restroom.
Buzz and like scream. Trust me, I know bad theater.
I would
decorum.
think so.
I'm not participating in such.
Okay.
No, sometimes I have to use the bathroom. What a terrible text.
Well, if you're going to refill your oil drum worth of soda,
if you're properly hydrated, you're probably going to pee every 2 hours or so.
Yeah.
That's not a crazy thing.
No. Well, I'm sorry this gentleman took you to task.
Is that Padre?
Yeah, it's Daddy Padre. His name's on the chalice.
Yeah, E-Bug, my E-Bug.
Jackson needs to get gluten-free Perk on his podcast to co-host. He's got something, but I think it'd be a good dynamic. That's from Arbor Day. Doug, gluten-free Perk. Once again, another request for gluten-free Perk.
I don't think it's a bad idea at all.
Wow. How about that?
Try it out, Come on for the certain episode.
Is she a cinephile?
She told me. She said when she first came on the show that her favorite movie ever was the Darjeeling Limited, which is a Wes Anderson movie, and honestly, a not well loved Wes Anderson movie. So I was like, "Damn, really? That's a pull." So yeah.
So therefore, if you like Wes Anderson films, you get to appear on Movie Boy.
It's a good start. If we're talking taste, it's a good start.
You shame the olds, you shame those who are dining, and you shame those who do not enjoy Wes Anderson films. That's what goes on Movie Boy.
Movie Boy is a movie podcast for movie lovers. It's not.
What if they want to eat or they're over the age of 70?
You can eat and you can be over 70. Just be respectful. That's all I ask. I don't care what age you are. Just be respectful. I think it's a unifying take. Everyone should be respectful to others. And talking in a movie theater is not respectful.
No.
Especially when they're talking to the screen. Oh. That's what bothered Jack.
So the gist of the story is then a gentleman, and this is my hero, from 2 rows down, turns to them and says, "Why are you talking in a public movie theater? Stop talking."
Did that get it stopped?
I almost stood up and applauded.
Did they quiet down after that?
You better believe it. This guy was stern in his voice. It was unbelievable.
He meant business?
Oh, it was awesome. I wanted to shake his hand. I want to get him on the show.
How loud were they talking?
Loud enough.
Everyone in the theater could
the
hear
most important moment of the movie, and they're giggling about something. I said it. There's a thing with old people where if text comes on the screen, they feel the need to say it out loud.
I told you this thing attacks the olds.
Or like you're driving past a billboard, they're like, "Oh, Chili's." I'm like, I can read.
I honestly tuned in thinking it was going to be a breakdown of F1, and I really wasn't interested, but I wanted to support the podcast.
Appreciate
and I
that.
wanted to hear it and be able to talk about it on our show. And I became more interested when it became clear that this was about attacking senior citizens.
Yeah, so I reviewed, I talk about F1 and 28 years later in there, but on the ends of it, I have about 20-minute intro, about 20-minute mailbag at the end. So if you have no interest in those two movies, there's about 40 minutes worth of meat there that you don't have to see any of the new stuff to.
And then you
get.
time code it so people can skip ahead.
Skip around. That's so when people
Don't
are
do
like,
that with QFTA.
That's right. Well, I would say even like Movie Boy is not very structured. QFTA even less structured. So
now there are some movies you can't see unless you're a certain age. Would you like to see some movies say, sorry, if you're over 70, you can't see this because you will not stop talking?
I was surprised that they were in this movie. This was not their target demographic.
Oh, no, Doug, we haven't heard about Renters Roundtable in a while. But on today's episode of Renters Roundtable, we discuss our little movie podcast projects and using an app to tell you when to use the bathroom. That's from L-Boy. And he's calling this Renters Roundtable, Jackson, and that's offensive to Movie Boy. Movie Boy is in episode 1, and I'm telling you, it's going to have traction.
Listen, people can send in whatever they want.
That was in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
In the YouTube chat, shout out to Michelob Ultra. They can send it in the text line, wherever they want. I'm going to keep plugging along and doing it.
My mother used to try to tell me when to go to the bathroom when we took long drives. Okay, time to go to the bathroom, but I don't have to go. Time to go to the bathroom. Okay, Bly. I'll try to go.
You just stand there, just trying.
Try, yeah.
Jackson is so edgy with his profanity. Probably has tattoos under that hoodie. That's from mild plaque psoriasis.
That sounds like fun.
Great text name. I know. I got
Ultra YouTube chat.
I'm gonna do less swearing. I'm gonna try to do less swearing.
But you don't have mild plaque psoriasis, do you?
I don't think so. Is that a skin ailment?
I believe it is, yeah.
I never really had a pimple in my life.
A lot of people want to know about this bathroom.
Really?
Clip that off. A lot of people want to know what this app is, Jackson.
Run P. No free ads, but it's a free app. So it's free. So Run P. Yeah, I donate to it because they don't do ads, which is another big W for them. So I donate money to them.
And it basically suggests when you should go to the bathroom during a movie.
Yes. You start a timer, and then they have like usually 3 different pee breaks, and 30 seconds prior, it'll put a little notification, a silent one on your phone saying, when this character says this, go to the bathroom. And it gives you a little synopsis.
Why don't you get an app that just says, here, buy a leg bag, and you'll never miss anything in the movie?
Yeah, but now you're bringing in a leg bag.
Well, you won't have to get up.
Yeah. With the recliner seats, I don't even know if that would work, logistically.
It could get messy.
Gravity-wise. You might be swimming in your own urine.
Clip that off. Let's see. Brad Thompson's going to join us here in about 25 minutes. Looking forward to getting into conversation with him about the state of things with this trade deadline coming up next week. Got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Coming up the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The program's called TMA. We are in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Aesthetic design and build. Customizing St. Louisans outdoor living spaces now for more than 30 years. Dan and his team have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley for aesthetic design and build, and I've been there. They walked me through all the different types of custom work that they are capable of doing, and I want to emphasize that custom work. Whether you want to do a full-on custom deck, you might want to add on a pergola, or you might be looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really do have answers for it all. They're online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. They do not take a high-pressure sales route or come back weeks later with a gimmicky discount. They encourage you to go out and do your research. They're confident that once you compare the work that they do with what else is out there, you will see that they are the better choice. They really are a design company that can think outside the box and offer unique solutions and designs for your outdoor living projects. Call them at 636-532-5008 or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way.
Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna, sponsor of our 9 o'clock hour. Mark is online at evergreenstl.com or by calling 314-889-0503. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn with you this week as Martin Kilcoyne is vacationing and we'll be back next Monday. Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos. He is now also known as Movie Boy. Doug, his brand new podcast on the TMA podcast feed. Chairman Kurt Manning, the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And Doug, look over on your right. It's my insurance agent. His name is James Carlton. They call him State Farm Insurance Agency.
Hello, James.
Well, good morning, guys. This is fun because now I can talk to Jackson. I can hear the drops. Although I do feel like Rick Moranis with these headphones. These things are massive.
Yeah, they're large, aren't they? You're fresh off a trip.
Yeah, I had a good trip with my wife. We went to London and Amsterdam.
Oh, London and Amsterdam.
Yeah, so that was fun. Got to see a lot of historical sites that I otherwise would never see. So that was great.
First time you'd been there?
First time I'd been to Amsterdam, for sure, yeah. And that is the dirtiest city I've ever been. I told my wife it makes Bourbon Street look clean.
Really?
What they have going on is they're giving a lot of money for like turning in recyclables. And so the homeless in the middle of the night are just tearing up the waste cans throughout the entire city to find what they can salvage. And they leave it all over scattered throughout the city.
Wasn't that nice?
It's unbelievable. Yeah. They have a trash issue for sure.
That'll ruin tourism, won't it? If it's
it didn't seem like it. There were quite a few people out there. It was very
Really?
busy. Yeah, but that was an interesting city for sure. How have you guys been?
Wonderful.
Fine.
Wonderful.
Fine, sure.
Yeah, the Tigers, James, are picked to finish 12th in the SEC. Does that make you mad as a Hornet?
Well, Gabe had a good point. Drinkwitz has either finished on par or better than every time they've predicted his team since he's joined the SEC. So I don't know. It's impossible for me to say that I know, the 22 players on each one of these teams that are going to start, and I'm sure these media people have no idea either. I just think Mizzou's returning a ton of firepower on defense, and they added some studs on that side of the ball. So I have a lot of confidence in the defense. Of course, when you don't know who your left tackle is or your quarterback, presents a challenge to predict the season. But I got the read on the the snippets I watched of Drinkwitz down in Atlanta that there is a true quarterback competition, and which excites me because I think that's going to bring out the best. And I've listened to Beau Pribula.
I can't say it.
Doug can't say it.
He was on a podcast with a guy from Pennsylvania, and he seems to really have a good leadership aura about him, a lot like Brady Cook did. He's a bigger version of Brady Cook, I feel like, just thicker and probably can withstand some hits. And so I'm excited about his prospect. But don't forget, Sam Horn's been in this program now for 4 years, and he was a big-time recruit coming out of Georgia. And so whoever the core, I don't have a dog in the fight, but I just hope whoever it is going to be performing at a high level. I'm excited.
Would tell you, and maybe my rationale is off on this, but I would tell you that if Sam Horn is the starting quarterback, and it's not because of injury, that is actually a really good thing.
I heard you say that on QFTA, and I couldn't agree more because as much as there is a true quarterback competition,
one guy got a bunch of money to leave Penn State. I know he was leaving Penn State anyway, but as he said in that podcast, which I listened to as well, that you're referencing, he said he knew nothing about Missouri initially. Knew they had a good season and beat Ohio State in the Cotton Bowl, but other than that, didn't really know anything about it, and then showed up and was like, oh, this is legitimate here. Really liked Drinkwitz. And then obviously got paid. Hey, God bless, good for him. But the point being that Missouri committed those dollars to him. So if Sam Horn wins that job, that means that they're not playing the quote contract.
That's right.
And so that is intriguing. And I'm telling you, there are rumblings that Sam Horn is really in the mix for this thing. Gabe has written about that as one example. So I will be awfully intrigued. This is a weird week. Gabe wrote about it because you're fresh off SEC Media Days last week. Then they don't practice this week. Then they start up next week, and then you'll be a month out from the game against Central Arkansas. And then, Doug, it goes down on September 6th at Faurot Field. Okay. Rock Chalk Jayhawk comes to town. Missouri and Kansas. Hello again, everybody.
Well, hello. I wonder if you're Sam Horn and you don't win the job, do you even stick with the team? Is it worth going through all the practices and all the work that you have to do for football to sit on the bench again when he's been drafted by the Dodgers as a pitcher? Maybe you just sign and say, I don't need to sit on the bench again if I'm going to be a professional baseball player.
I personally don't think so. If I'm him, I see what happened with Liam Doyle, who upped his stock in a major way from baseball in just a year. and say, I could still do that, still keep my football options open, get better, coming off an injury, get healthy, and as opposed to spending your fall in a single A or rookie ball leagues and instead be on an SEC football team. I don't know. And it's not like he has NIL money from Mizzou. I don't know. I don't see like the need to immediately go pitch for the Dodgers when you got picked in the 17th round.
How about this from the Warson Woods Wacko? Sam Horn is going to be the quarterback. Doug will have to let Gabe know the Warson Woods Wacko is reporting.
Okay.
Sam Horn is going to be the quarterback.
That lunch that you presented to at Llewellyn's, they have a Tigerback Club lunch once a month.
Yeah, Colonel and I spoke at that a couple months ago.
And it was really good. You guys did a great job. But there's some former alum that show up at those, and they get more access than Gabe does. I'll admit that when they get invited to some of these practices and scrimmages, and they were the ones that were saying that they think Sam Horn's going to be the starter.
Oh, is that right? They're saying that too?
Yeah, I think
there really is a large. And again, I want to make this clear: this is not a shot at Beau Pribula. That's not what this is. It's just that Horn has looked that good, and there is a real element of leadership from him because he's been their guy for a number of years. So I don't know. I'm awfully intrigued to see what happens, and he will be, whoever it is going to be put to the test because you got the thing on Thursday night of Labor Day weekend, but when the season really starts, it's Kansas. I mean,
South Carolina,
and then 2 weeks later, it's South Carolina and Lenora Sellers. And I realize South Carolina, the casual fan, is like, okay, it's South Carolina, whatever. South Carolina was picked 5th. Again, I realize that it's,
I think I can get a credential there.
Yes, the SEC media days. That's what you're picking up what I was laying down, that these things are not scientific. But South Carolina being picked 5th really says something when usually it's basically the same 8 schools and you just kind of move them around in the top half of the SEC. And now South Carolina has cracked that. And Lenora Sellers, man, that guy is legit.
I saw that firsthand. But if Beau, he's gotten killed because of the timing of when he left the team at Penn State. And it's a tough spot because,
James Franklin fully supported it.
Right, but
it just shows the system is messed up.
If Alar got hurt, though, he was the next guy up, and they're in a playoff game. And so if he transferred and left a pretty cozy situation there in his home state to Missouri and allegedly got a lot of money to do so and is not named the starter, again, going back to your point, I think that shows that Sam Horn has really taken some strides.
Warson Woods Wacko backing up what he said. He said Sam Horn is going to be the quarterback, and he says, I know because I have a mole in the room.
There we go.
A mole in the room?
Warson Woods Wacko. I think at this point now, Gabe has to give credit to this program and cite the Warson Woods Wacko with a report.
Gabe.
I don't know. They're still more than a month away from the first game.
They haven't even started camp.
No, I'm going to stay fully clothed here. I appreciate it.
Okay. Gabe announcing that he's going to stay fully clothed for the season, or
appreciate Lenny tossing me some money. I'm going to keep the shirt on, but appreciate that.
People are spending their hard-earned dollars to try to get Gabe to take his shirt off while an 18-year-old's going to commit to a school.
This is why after games, Tim tells his wife, let's come on in, let's huddle around the hearth, and let's watch the post-game show.
I guess that's why it is, yeah.
It is the best. James Carlton is my insurance agent, and I'd like to recommend him to our audience, 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. How long have you been doing it, James? I've been a
Since
client
2008.
Now 2008,
yes.
Wow.
I left sports radio in 2007. I was there for 6 months.
Doug,
where were you?
Yeah.
What happened? You loved it so much you quit it?
It was the big league ownership group. How will that era be remembered? But no, I can just tell that there wasn't a huge opportunity.
loss.
A huge opportunity of improvement or movement there for me. So I explored some other opportunities. But yeah, since 2008. And I'm excited about the Movie Boy podcast.
Yes.
Here's a question to ponder down the road. Is what's a movie that you loved the first time or you loved as a kid that just doesn't hold up today?
Ooh. Boy, House on Chasey Lane certainly is one.
That doesn't hold up?
No. But Jackson, I bet you've got a Mount Rushmore on that category.
Yeah, I think I can. That's a really good. I'm actually writing it down as we speak. So
the one that jumps out to me, I loved it as a kid, was Billy Madison. You couldn't pay me to watch that today.
I never liked that. I never liked that version of Sandler.
Yeah,
like the really goofy Sandler, like where he's talking weird. That's never worked for me. I've always thought he has like Happy Gilmore. I think is like as goofy as I like him.
Yep.
You know,
I'm with you on that. And then Big Daddy, I thought was great. You know,
Big Daddy, where he has like a serious, like he has real acting chops. So like,
well, we'll be looking forward to that episode, gentlemen.
Yeah. James always has good suggestions for QFTA, and now he's got suggestions for Movie Boy.
Yeah, absolutely. This is great for the mailbag.
And I heard you guys talking about Scottie earlier because it is just remarkable what he's doing. No Laying Up had a stat. Since he switched to the mallet, he's won 13 of his last 30 tournaments he started.
Unbelievable.
Thanks,
And
Rory.
Rory just kind of passes it along. Well, yeah, I really think it would help him if he went to a mallet.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah. James, always good to see you, brother.
Likewise, guys. Have a great
Welcome back
week.
to these United States of
Alrighty.
America. There he is, James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, online at carltoninsurance.net. Brad Thompson is going to join us coming up on the other side of our commercial break. The program is called TMA. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. I'd like to tell you about a local St. Louis metropolitan area gem, and that gem is Dents Express, family-owned and operated right here in St. Louis since 1992. Gray Wilson and his team are the go-to experts for paintless dent removal, whether it's hail damage, door dings, or those annoying shopping cart dings. What I love is these guys aren't just good, they are experienced. Their techs have been with them for over 20 years. That means you can trust the people working on your vehicle. They offer free evaluations, no appointment necessary, and they'll even handle everything with your insurance. That's right, you drop it off, they take it from there. They are open Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, and they are located in West County. You can call 636-227-5050. That's 636-227-5050. Or just swing by and tell Gray you heard about him on TMA. That's Dents Express, St. Louis's leader in hail damage repair. Well, Doug, things should get righted with this upcoming series. They're taking on the Colorado Rockies. And the Colorado Rockies are going to challenge the 1916-17 A's record for the longest home series losing streak in MLB history. They have 17 consecutive series losses at Coors Field.
Well,
and as you know, series are the most important statistic tracked in Major League Baseball.
Well, they don't really mean anything in the big picture, but it would be nice to get a series win. In fact, if they don't, I wouldn't even know what to say at this point.
Would you hold people accountable?
I would definitely put some fingers in some chests.
Like to see. So you would show up at Busch Stadium on Thursday
and
before the start of the Padres game.
Just start poking people.
Brad Thompson joins us right now. Brad, how would that play if Doug showed up at the Cardinal clubhouse on Thursday and started putting his finger in the chest of some of the players and management?
I can't wait to find out. I think it's going to be fantastic.
I wouldn't get out of there alive, I'm sure.
Oh, I think that would be great. Let's do that.
Brad Thompson with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Cardinals and Rockies. I mean, I don't know where to start on what took place this weekend. My fear throughout the course of the season is that at some point the bottom would fall out on the starting pitching, and that's why I thought they were playing above where they most likely were going to be. The thing I guess I would say I didn't see was what happened with Sonny Gray. What was your evaluation of what we saw this past weekend in Arizona?
I think they forgot that the All-Star break was only like 4 days instead of 7. It's kind of what it felt like overall. Look, it was that was a flat-out beatdown in all aspects of baseball. And the starting pitch, I agree with your thought about the starting pitching, the regression back to the mean of kind of what we expected and what we got. I looked back this morning just over the last 20 games for the Cardinals and specifically for their starters, and I was a little surprised at the ERA. Do you guys want to take a guess over the last 20 games for the Cardinals what their starters' ERA is? By the way, the best in baseball during that stint was a 2.53 ERA. That was the best by the Cubs. Any guesses?
Around 5?
No, I'm going to take the under on that because they had some great Gray starts. Mikolas had that 6th start a couple weeks ago when there was some question marks. I'm going to throw a bullet at 4.16.
Okay, 4.16. We got a 5 as well from Doug. Unfortunately, you guys have both undershot it. The ERA is a 7 on the dot.
Yeah, that's not
games.
good.
I thought you were presenting it, and therefore I overanalyzed the hand.
No.
God bless America. Brad Thompson outsmarts me again.
Had to be truthful on this one. It is what it is, right? The numbers bear it out. The starting has just been really bad over at least the last 20 games. You've had a lot of the blow-up games. And on the flip side, offense over the last 20, that same exact span, 3.45 runs a game. That's 29th in baseball. That's not really a recipe for success. Hence, you're seeing the results that you've been seeing as of late. And as to, like, what is the answer for this? Look, you don't have swing and miss in your staff, and I'm looking forward to McGreevy. McGreevy, not necessarily the biggest swing and miss guy, but he's competitive. He throws strikes. He'll get the ball on the ground. I think he's a welcome addition to the staff this evening against the Rockies. But from an offensive standpoint, you're not a team that is going to hit home runs. I mean, that has been the case all season long. The Cardinals' leader in homers has 12. They got 3 of them. I believe Contreras, Newton, Burley. All 3 of those combined have 2 less home runs than Eugenio Suarez, who hit, 3 over the weekend against the Cardinals? Like, that's just not how they're built. They got to figure out ways to continue to manufacture runs, because I think that's, if you're going to win games down the stretch, I think it's going to have to be your offense that does the heavy lifting.
Do you get a sense, just trying to read the overall vibe of the team, that they're still all in? They show up at the stadium anxious to play, ready to go get them, feeling like they're still in the race, or is it more subdued at this point?
No, I don't think there's any. There has not been, and I'm not with the team in Arizona, and I'm not in Colorado. I'm actually overlooking beautiful Busch Stadium now, running around with a 7-foot bird doing a Cardinals kid show. But I have not been around this team when they have. I've never felt subdued at all. And I'm around this team 90% of the year. They have the same mentality day in and day out, and that's not easy to do. You guys know this. And 2 years ago, even times early last year, I don't think that you could say the same thing. Definitely not in 2023. I mean, that year, like, you could just walk into the room and just feel it deflated. not the case. Now, we'll see how, mentally tough they are in the second half, but I think that they have, I know from a coaching standpoint, a managerial standpoint, they've got very good leadership. I think there's good leadership in the room also, and they continue to work day in and day out. The results suck. I mean, they have not been what they wanted to in the last couple of weeks, but there is no hey, we're giving in, we're done playing, we're looking at next year, because quite frankly, you don't have a group that is talented enough to do that, with all due respect. You got a lot of young guys that still need to fight for jobs, still need to fight for at-bats, need to fight for innings. So there is no room for, hey, this stinks, we're just going to ease into it and show up. They can't do that.
Brad Thompson is our guest here on TMA 101 ESPN. He's with us every Monday at about 9:30 on the program, reviewing the weekend and looking at what is to come. And, of course, the trade deadline has been talked about for a while. Bob Nightingale over the weekend, Brad, with a few different reports on a few different Cardinals. And I want to get your impressions on this report to start. Cardinal starters Sonny Gray and Mikolas still say they have no interest in leaving St. Louis, and they would exercise their no-trade clauses to veto any potential deals. I realize you're not in their position, but I'm curious, from playing with guys who likely had that opportunity, when we're looking out on the outside looking in, we go, why wouldn't they just, for 2 months, go and play if there is an opportunity and have a real chance to be in the mix in October? What do you think factors in for players when they want to use their no trade clauses at the trade deadline, and it's only a couple months? I realize in Gray's spot, he would then be committed to that team for the following year, and it sounds like he values the proximity to Nashville, where his family is, for much of the year. But we were trying to understand that, and you can come at it from a player's perspective.
No, it is a good question. And I think you nailed the difference between the two. Mikolas expiring contract, and he will be a free agent next year. Not the case with Sonny Gray. And it comes down to being a family decision. Oftentimes, and there were plenty of suitors for Sonny Gray when he signed the 3-year deal here. He decided to come to St. Louis. He made that commitment. I think that's part of it for him, is he wants to be here. He does like being close to home. He likes being a few hours away from Nashville. Family is comfortable here. So I feel like that is a big part of it. It's a large change when you're thinking about making a deal at the deadline. So I think that there are the comforts of home. When it comes to a guy having an expiring contract like Mikolas, it just comes down to what you want. I would be more inclined to say, look, if this could help me from a playing standpoint and an opportunity to go win, if somebody were to give him that opportunity, I think I would love that. But everybody's different too. He has loved his time here, reinvented his career here, even though the last couple of years haven't looked like maybe he wanted them to. I know Cardinal fans have not been happy with the results for Miles Mikolas over the years, but there's also that comfort there for him. So at the end of the day, with both of those guys, personally, I don't see them moving, but I do see phone calls, especially, for Sonny Gray. I know the blow up over the week, but you know what he has been, but I just don't see it happening.
It's mentioned in the column by Bob Nightingale, you can read it at usatoday.com, that the Cardinals are not going to be moving Nolan Arenado. He says no team showing interest in him. With regard to Contreras, do you think that there would be a market for him? You'd be on the hook at a minimum for approximately $41.5 million, because there's the $5 million buyout of his option following the 27 season, but $36 million remaining on that contract for the next 2 years. Do you think that there'd be a market, and do you think he would be willing to go somewhere?
Yeah, it's hard to put yourself into his shoes, so I can't speak to if he would be willing to do it. It seems like he has really clung to St. Louis, and I know that there were some rumors even a year ago of getting traded, and he was pretty steadfast in wanting to be here. But as to speak about the market for him, I would definitely think so. You think about adding a dangerous right-handed bat, a fiery competitor down the stretch. I feel like that would be one, whether you want to put him at first base, you want to DH him. I don't know if you'd want to catch Contreras at this point, midstream, if you're a team down the stretch for a guy that hasn't caught all season long. But I would think that there would be a market. What do you think?
If he were a free agent, if he was in the Mikolas spot,
where he's a free agent after the season, I would think so all day long. But considering you're on the hook for $41.5 million, again, the $5 million buyout with the team option following 26 and 27, and then is he going to be productive? Is he going to be above a replacement player at first base or at DH at that cost? I don't know. If it's one of the organizations just like, oh my God, whatever, we'll throw money at it and he can rake.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's what I would reason through. So you have that factor to analyze, and then you also have what you brought up at the outset, Brad, which is, does he even want to go anywhere, and would he utilize his no-trade clause? So you have the two different elements on that discussion. If he just doesn't want to go, then the Cardinals can't do anything anyway.
Sure. No, and I think that you bring up a really good point, too, about a lot of teams, Tim, that are out there. If they find something that is a missing link, right? If you're evaluating your club and the missing link is that right-handed bat, whatever it is, oftentimes you don't care what the cost is. And eating the salary of a deal is totally fine for some of those teams. A lot of teams would rather eat the salary of a deal than give up a lot of prospect capital because, I mean, that we all know that that's kind of how you're built as a club. But that happens all the time. Usually, though, at the trade deadline, that missing piece, and there are outliers, right? Like Eugenio Suarez is going to be a missing link for somebody, most likely, if the Diamondbacks go that direction, probably the Yankees. But when you look at that, it's usually a bullpen guy, right? Somebody I guarantee you is evaluating the Cardinals, looking at Helsley and being like, that's it. Like, that's the missing piece. So it'll be really interesting to see what that looks like from a Cardinal standpoint.
I don't know if the Red Sox would be one that would make sense. I don't know if he'd go there. I mean, Boston has mounted a monster charge ever since. I mean, what are the chances? The Devers trade, the Giants have fallen on hard times, and the Red Sox have gotten on a heater, but they're not really getting that much productivity from first base. They, of course, had the injury earlier in the year that led to the whole Devers situation. So I don't know if that would be one. And then, of course, just a bat in general, if you wanted to look at him from a DH standpoint. And all of this, of course, is immaterial if Contreras isn't open to it. But specifically, Nightingale said that Gray and Mikolas have made it clear they would not waive their no-trade clause.
Yeah, it's, like I said, it's going to be a fascinating couple of weeks. And I know that we continue to look at the trade deadline as like buyers, sellers, and we all knew even coming into it when the Cardinals were playing better baseball, they weren't going to be a traditional buyer, like going out and finding that missing link, taking on a big contract, spending some of that prospect capital. But even if you look at it in terms of like sellers, quote unquote, with the things that you're talking about, with having the stipulations, the no trades in your contract, and really having a couple of guys that are underperforming, like, you don't have a ton to be a traditional seller either. Like, they find themselves in a bit of a middle ground.
Do you think there's anybody on the Cardinal roster right now that would be considered untouchable, that the team says, no way we'd give up on this guy, this is who we're building around?
Man, I think that you have a responsibility right now to listen on everybody, really. I mean, there are some guys that they wouldn't want to move for sure, but I don't think that there's anybody, and we're talking about on the big league roster right now. Obviously, if you call for J.J. Weatherholt, the answer is going to be no. Yeah. But I really think that you should evaluate any deal right now. Anything that comes across the table, at least analyze it to see if it could make sense in the future. I mean, because while there are pieces that you don't want to lose, there are also opportunities that, could make your ball club better in the future, too. So I really don't know their answer to it. I'm sure their answer is yes. They've got some untradeable guys that they absolutely want to build around. But just from a listening to deal standpoint, I don't think there should be anybody that you don't listen on.
What do you think about the current status inside the organization with regard to the perspective on Jordan Walker at this point, Brad?
Look, I think that they still realize that he is a young, raw player. This is a guy that has, throughout his entire life, baseball life, has not known any sort of failure until the big league level. And that is a hard thing to fail at the highest level. And when I say fail, it's relatively, right? He's had successes as well, but it hasn't been maybe as easy as it's been along the way. So they still believe in the upside of Jordan, certainly, and maybe there will be more clarity. When you look at the deadline, we talked. I know the last couple of weeks. How do you get him at bats? How do you make sure that his bat is in there all the time? Because you can send him back down to AAA if you want, and I bet his numbers will look good. Why? Well, minor league pitchers end up making more mistakes. They'll put the ball on the pull side for him. He'll take advantage of that, and it'll look good. You need to figure out what it is at this level. But I still think they believe in the upside. I don't know if they look at him and say, okay, well, this is the guy that we thought he was a couple of years ago, middle of the order bat. He has not shown you anything that is showing that right now. But there is still, at 23 years old, there's still a lot of time to figure out what he is. The question is at what cost, right? Who is not getting the at-bats because you want to give them to him? And I'm sure, like any player inside an organization, there are certain guys that are higher on him. I'm sure there are certain guys that are not. But at the end of the day, like, it's one of your bigger assets, first-round pick. You've got a lot invested in him, and you want to see what he's got.
Is that a similar situation with Nolan Gorman?
Probably, yeah. I mean, it's basically the same idea, but 2 years before, right? With Gorman, still, what is he, 24 or 25 for Gorman? So you do concern yourself, obviously, with the back for him. You also have a whole lot of middle infielders, right? But you don't have a lot of, like, second baseman, third base type. You have a bunch of those. But you don't have a lot of them with the type of raw power that Gorman has as well. And this stint on the IL stinks, especially for him, because of the fact that he was starting to swing the bat well and looked better and better and was more productive in a lineup that needed some production really badly. But the hard part when you're evaluating this club in general, there's not very many, like, check marks. Like, okay, sure thing right here. Like, I believe that Donnie is a sure thing. Check mark right there. You got it. Like, outside of a couple of guys, and obviously Arenado, you know what he is. Contreras, I think that he's checked all the boxes you could possibly want him to. But you look around your outfield, like, you still need to figure out. I don't know what Lars is yet. I'm not sure what Victor Scott II is yet. Alec Burleson, I know, is a big league bat, has turned himself into a good outfielder. I don't want to take at-bats away from him. You're still learning at a lot of positions all over the field, and you just don't have the at-bats to sprinkle them around to everybody. That's not an easy thing to navigate.
Brad Thompson every Monday here on 101 ESPN. Doug, he's not in Denver. He's running around Busch Stadium chasing a 7-foot bird.
I saw him at the Savannah Bananas game, too. Someone posted a picture of him in the seats there. What'd you think of that act?
Did you go to the Savannah Banana games, Doug?
I did not.
I watched it on YouTube.
I couldn't get tickets. You couldn't me? I couldn't get tickets.
I mean, I figured if anybody got tickets, it would be you.
I agree. He's the George Clooney of St. Louis.
Yeah.
Correct. So we, our family, on Friday, we watched the game on YouTube. And then Saturday, we came to it, and it was a freaking blast. You want to talk about doing it right. The Bananas have a traveling circus, and for those that went to it, I don't think that anybody came away disappointed. It was wall-to-wall fun for like 3 hours. They nailed it.
Huh. Yeah, that's what everybody seems to say.
Seems to love it.
Yeah, they all loved it. Yeah. Fun to see the stadium filled up again, too.
Well, that was nice. Yeah, and I could see maybe where some fans might not like it. Maybe, like, get off my lawn. That's not baseball. That is the stupidest take ever. If that is your take, that is okay. But it was entertainment is what it was. So that part of it was, to me, really fun. My daughter's 9 years old. She's okay with baseball. She'll have fun coming to a Cardinal game, doesn't pay that much attention. Dialed in for like 3 hours, doing all the dances, singing songs. I mean, she was locked in. So it was. We had a lot of fun as a family.
Yeah, they've got it figured out. That's for sure. And they're selling out. It wasn't just here. They sell out all over the country.
Everywhere. They're selling out football stadiums. Mm-hmm. You want to talk about having a good business model, and then their owner not selling out. Like he totally. That's all him. They've done a good job.
All right. Well, I'll try to get tickets next time you're here. If I can't, I got to know somebody apparently to get a ticket.
Yeah, Fred Bird hooked me up.
That's what Brad's working with him right now. Yeah. Brad, always enjoy the conversation, man. Thank you so much.
All right, guys. You have a great rest of your week. Talk to you next week.
You too. That's Brad Thompson with us here every Monday in the 9 o'clock hour. 9 o'clock hour on TMA, brought to you by Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Got this text during the interview with Brad Thompson. Got a number of texts during the interview with Brad Thompson, but this one stood out to me, Doug. When the opposing team pulls its goalie near the end of the game, why don't the Blues also pull their goalie so that it's 6-on-6? This seems like it would make sense, particularly when the Blues are ahead by 2 goals.
Yeah, that would confuse them, wouldn't it? The other team would go, wait a minute, you can't pull yours, we pulled ours.
That comes from Peter.
Wow, that's good.
I gotta tell you, I'm a Peter Lemming. He's only sent in one text.
Right.
But that's it.
It's not a bad idea. Go on the offensive yourself.
And we're sitting here talking about the trade deadline and Jordan Walker. And he's still bothered by the Winnipeg situation from 3 months ago. And I got to tell you, I understand, Peter. I understand. Send your emails in. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Little Jackie Papers, we were texting before the show, and I said, hey, why don't you do a little balloon partying? And by that, I mean some potential questions. And one of the questions that I like that you came up with, and I'm going to give the dais and the audience time to think about this. And you can text them in, and we'll talk about it coming up. If you could pick one image from the last decade to define the St. Louis sports scene over that time, what would it be? If you could pick one image from the last decade to define the St. Louis sports scene over that time, what would it be?
So we go back to 2015 or 2020?
2015.
Decades are usually about 10 years.
Well, I know, but I didn't know if you meant the 2020s. The decade of the 2020s or 10 years ago.
I see what you're saying there, Doug. That's a fair question. And, yeah, I would go back 2015. Okay. But I also, Chairman, I respect what you're saying. I respect everybody, really.
That's Movie Boy.
Yeah. I'm a real fence rider.
That is.
Okay.
So for the record, over the last 10 years.
Yeah, that's a better way to describe it.
To define the St. Louis sports scene, what would it be? Little Jackie Papers questions. I like this one here. We're going to discuss it next on TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update. It's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Tennessee Titans quarterback Will Levis has elected to have season-ending surgery on his right shoulder. The team announced on Monday that leaves Cam Ward, their first overall pick, taking first-team reps in training camp. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. StephenLondoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Oh, gosh.
I know I say it every time we play this song, but I still, for the life of me, don't know why it was performed in a round.
It adds to it.
Showmanship.
I don't even get why a round is a thing. Has it ever sounded good when people are singing the same lyrics just 10 seconds behind?
I don't mind it. Yeah, row, row, row your boat.
Right. That's why I don't get it.
Just fun.
It is just fun. You're right. It's TMA 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Mark Hanna, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour. Send your emails in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. That comes your way on the Stiefel dossier at 10:45. We've been joined by Chris Kerber and Brad Thompson here on the program. You can always go back and podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast on the 101 ESPN app. And there's also a TMA STL app. And, of course, you can always go back and watch the program or podcast via YouTube at youtube.com/TMA STL. Jackson poses the question in the Stiefel dossier. And I'm going to read word for word.
Okay.
If you could pick one image from the last decade to define the St. Louis sports scene over that time, what would it be? Now, I think the question is asking for an image that gives the greatest commentary on the last 10 years. Is that a fair interpretation of your question?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So if you're taking it that way, then you're looking for, I think, something that would, for the most part, be negative.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you have to ask yourself, how would you describe the last
positive or negative? Right. I mean, you had one of the ultimate moments in June of 2019. But overall, the last decade has not been good to St. Louis area sports fans. Then you could also go, well, I'm going to just pick my favorite image because June 2019 is the greatest moment. So that's how I'm going to look at the last decade. The Blues got a Stanley Cup win. Or you could pick one that is just like absolutely brutal. So with that said, Doug, I took a different, I took on the question with a different angle. I feel like the number one for what is the commentary on the last decade, even though it's approaching expiration, it would be Stan Kroenke standing next to Roger Goodell and NFL owners at the press conference in Houston in January of 2016.
Yeah. I was going to say the same thing.
Okay.
Even though there was the great success of the Stanley Cup and getting a soccer team excited a lot of people, Cardinals have had a few moments that were exciting. I don't know that one image can define an entire decade. But
so you hate Jackson's question and Movie Boy?
That's the biggest thing that happened. That's the most important thing that happened was that the Rams moved out.
Frank, how are you today?
That happened right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That was his Scottie Pippen, Patrick Ewing
moment. What was Frank's response?
Frank, how are you today?
Fine.
Just lost the second NFL team in my lifetime. How are you, Stanley?
Yeah, that's the biggest moment.
Yeah.
Biggest earth-shattering
moment. And also,
moment.
I think it this has not been a great decade. Now, if things would have been decade, I'm not talking about the 20s, decade going back 10 years. We're talking going back to July 2015 for the purpose of the conversation. Now, if you want to look at it from a positive standpoint, I would also take something from that day in January of 2016, and that would be Bill DeWitt wearing a Blues jacket, Bill DeWitt III wearing a Blues jacket, and Tom Stillman wearing a Cardinals jacket, and they dropped the puck together the night that vote went down to show unity and support for St. Louis. I don't know if you remember that at center ice. Was that the Hurricanes they were playing that night? Was that the
I don't
Hurricanes
remember who they were playing. I just remember it was a really nice moment. A really nice
because
moment.
the Hurricanes were in town.
Not because it didn't have anything to do with the Hurricane. Could have been any other team. But the fact that they even thought of that, hey, let's get together and show that we're in St. Louis forever. And yeah, I like that moment.
As far as the great moment, you could take Patty Maroon skating with just absolute euphoria after his game-winning goal. I'm going to go with Pietrangelo hoisting the chalice with the backdrop of the Boston Bruins fans are holding up sparklers, I think, and that is the moment that I would take from a positive. And then if you were looking at something that would just be a overall caricature of the last decade in St. Louis sports, and maybe St. Louis as a whole, it would be Marcelo Zuna climbing the wall for a ball that landed on the warning track. As I believe it was the Dodgers laughed uproariously in the bullpen watching it.
He like Spider-Man scaled it too. It wasn't like
he was ready.
He was all the way up the wall, like he was going to make the greatest catch of all time.
If he just hit that ball 15 feet farther, that would have been a catch we're still talking about.
one that I thought of, if he would have made the catch, it would have been great. It actually been awesome if he would have made the catch falling down. Like it would have been like the ultimate like hot dog play. But something that came to my mind in the same kind of Ozuna falling flat on your face thing would be when Nick Castellanos stood over Jake Woodford after sliding into home after he got plunked by Woodford, just because it kind of feels like, more so over the last 5 years, where it feels like St. Louis sports have been knocked down. It feels like we've been kind of knocked on our ass a little bit, and like a division rival, I think, is a good representation of that, where you just feel like you've been knocked down a little bit as a St. Louis sports fan.
Alan Dadeville getting a number of responses to Jackson's question. I love the question, Jackson.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Alan Dadeville sending in a picture of Eli Drinkwitz smoking a cigar to celebrate a win over a bad Arkansas team to go to a bowl.
Yeah, that's a good
posing
one.
in the camera.
It would never be first, but there was a pretty iconic photo of Brady Cook in the stands doing the Gator chomp after that big 4th and 17. And
that was a good representation of that.
It's a little outside of St. Louis, but I loved that picture.
That counts. Yeah. No, I think that's a solid answer.
Guys, the St. Louis image would be John Mozeliak hanging off the side of the loop trolley with a theater hot dog in his hand, passing by the burned-out warehouses where Santa greets the kids on the Polar Express. It's going to be my tramp stamp. Doug, that's from Shooter McGavin. He's going to get it out on his lower back?
Would be kind of an interesting photo. Just kind of wrap it up all in one picture.
The photo of Maroon and Bishop shaking hands at center ice with the flag of the city of St. Louis in the background shows the success of St. Louis natives over the last 10 years, but also victory and success. That's from Jackson's Hockey Council.
That's a good one.
That's a great one.
It's an incredible
that's
picture.
An incredible picture.
Yeah, it's a great picture. I'm partial to. It would be Pat Maroon skating by the Bruins bench, and then the text under it saying "You're effed." That'd be way up there for me.
It won't get the attention it deserves, but there's a beautiful still image. It was about a 50-foot putt that Tim hit when you guys played Nagel.
Yeah. Was that a number? Is that on 4 at Meadowbrook? I feel like.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But I felt the city rally behind
now that I think about it, I had two long putts, so I don't know which one you're talking about.
Right,
like pick one.
8,
yeah, I think one of them was 8, and then one was
3.
Was 4. Yeah, man, I'm good. That Ozuma wall climb reminds me of the time I climbed a ladder in my garden to pull weeds. That's from Tim's Toothless Bottom Boy. Come on, boys, it's got to be Brett. That's a reference to Brett Hull singing Gloria, Doug. What a beautiful rendition. What an interpretation of Laura Branigan's work.
A cool one, too, is Tiger over that walking bridge over Belle Reve with
That's
all those
a great
fans.
one. That's a nice play.
I think
nice play.
I think that is one, if you're looking at the positive side of it. That was 2018.
But that wouldn't sum up an entire decade of St. Louis sports.
You said it right, I think, at the beginning, that there is going to be no image that truly defines it. But I think you could come up with a series of 4 images that would best define the last decade. And I think we've mentioned a lot of them. And I think the Kroenke one has certainly got to be up there.
Guys, are we including the Chiefs Super Bowl wins for our pictures? That's from Mr. Mudjack Mike.
Ryan O'Reilly wearing that Chiefs helmet actually might be on there.
God.
That one stings.
There was a good picture of Pujols, Molina, and Wainwright leading the field.
Yeah,
That's a great one.
That's a great one.
That's hanging out. My dad has a picture of that in his office.
The image that I can think of that's most recent would be over the weekend, seeing the Savannah Bananas sell out Busch Stadium, something the Cardinals haven't done, not including opening day in almost 10 years. That's not
accurate.
That's not true.
No.
It's pathetic when the Globetrotters of baseball can sell out a stadium the professional team plays in cannot do. That's from the 314.
Can I give a take on that real quick?
Doug, are you accepting takes?
Sure. Let me put the mittens on. Hang on just a bit.
I think that's a shortcut, cheap pop take. The Savannah Bananas
social media
are huge on social media. They've obviously have a boom where they're selling out 81,000 seat stadiums, as you referenced earlier. They're in town for 2 days. A beautiful, maybe not beautiful, it's hot, but a weekend this summer when families are free. And of course they're going to sell it. That's not a poor reflection of the Cardinals. You can make plenty of poor reflection on Cardinal attendance, but to use the Savannah Bananas like, oh, look, they sold it out and the Cardinals can't. They play 81 games. If the Bananas played 81 games, it would look a little different.
It's a different event, really.
It's a totally different event. It's like, Post Malone had the Busch Stadium packed. A different thing. So I think you can make Cardinal attendance and Cardinal on the field observations independent of the Savannah Bananas coming here for one weekend.
I'm glad I had these mittens on. It was a hot take.
Doug, that's where you listen to Movie Boy.
Right.
You won't get that on Movie Boy.
No, I wouldn't think so. You say that for the air.
Yeah.
How about this one? Edmondson with the Conn Smythe hat at O.B. Clark's. Perfection. That's from Sharon in Clayton.
I'm not sure I understand it. He put the trophy over his head. I'm looking at the picture now.
Yeah.
And kind of wore it. It was a good picture. I'm not sure that defines the decade.
So you're sideways with Sharon in Clayton?
I'm not sideways. I'm not sideways. I'm just saying I'm not sure that defines the decade. It's a great picture.
Why does Jackson have his knickers in a knot all of a sudden? That's from your mom's lesbian lover.
I don't. I've just seen that take over the weekend. I saw it a lot, and then,
Where'd you see that?
On Twitter.
Oh.
Yeah. So I wouldn't say it's a great source for it, but that's where I was seeing
that
some
means
stuff.
you follow people who have that take?
The For You section of Twitter.
I thought you said that was Dante's Inferno.
It is. And sometimes I'm a sucker for pain.
Oh, yeah.
Knock it off! Stick to reviewing movies and complaining about the smell of hot dogs and people in theaters. It's from Veiled Prophet.
I never commented on the smell of people. It's what
You've been
they
asked to knock it off.
Fair enough.
Thank you, Jackson. It's comparing apples and oranges. That's from your fourth female listener.
Yeah, I think that's the basis of my take. This is not the same thing, not to mention the scarcity of it, and this is the first time they've come to St. Louis. I think there's so many factors in there where making it like a Cardinal thing is reaching, in my opinion.
It'll be interesting to see how they do if they come back next year, if they would sell it out again.
I'm sure that they would.
Probably would.
I'm sure that they would.
Oh, yeah, I bet
Super
they would.
popular. They did a whole 60 Minutes thing about Savannah Bananas. I've known about them since I was in college because I was in sport management classes, and we learned a lot about them. And they were barely on the radar at that time.
Okay.
Barring small children, 98% of St. Louis Chiefs fans didn't give a crap about them until they were told to. F Chiefs Kingdom.
Oh.
And all the Beckys and Chads who support them, Tim's back has got to kill him from carrying this show.
It's like 4 different takes in there. There's a lot.
What does Becky's and Chads mean? I don't know what that means.
Is that just like stereotypical for like basic
Names
folk?
of people who
Yeah.
become
that right?
Chiefs fans?
I didn't know.
I don't know. I just made that up.
Yeah, I wouldn't say Becky's and Chads. Although Chads is a word.
Talking about give me your Jimmies and Joes?
It's better than, you need the X's and the O's.
Well, it hadn't been a great decade. Is the next one going to be better?
That's a question right there.
What do you see happening in the
Jackson
next
sees
10
us
years?
getting an NBA team.
Maybe
I
not.
don't know.
Maybe not.
It's hard to imagine how we can get more teams. I think we're probably tapped out on that, barring some huge turnaround with the city. I don't know what it would take to make that happen either.
So Jackson's question was actually a downer?
Kind of, yeah, kind of was.
It's an incel thing. Is that like it's a Jeep thing? Yeah, it's the old boy
Like it's like a tagline?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
Becky's and Jazz an incel thing?
How are the sports? Are they great?
Email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. The program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Croup at 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring, family and locally owned for over 30 years. And you can go online at igotflorida.com, and right now you will get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. Michael takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. His passion is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. They have it all at Michael's Flooring. Carpet is awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis. They're in Creve Coeur, they're in Dardenne Prairie, and they are in St. Peters. There is a reason that Michael's Floorings continue to grow through the 31 years they've been in business. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interest of the buyers at heart. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com. I mean, it's the jam, Doug.
This one is right here. Okay.
Jackson, is there a theme, or you just know it's the jam?
It's just the jam.
Yeah, it is.
No real theme today.
Okay.
Yeah, you're on this one, Tim?
You don't always need a theme.
I actually don't.
If it helps, it's the same year as Can You Stand the Rain?
Yeah, Doug, do you have a year on it?
Was that 1962?
I'm gonna. God, I feel like 88 is live. I feel like 90 is live. I don't think 87 is live, but it's got a possibility. I'm going to say 89.
Okay.
That gets you 88, 90. Never doubt yourself. It's 1988.
And I'll tell you why. Bobby Brown, did My Prerogative come out in 88 or 89?
I don't know.
Because Johnny Gill was in the If It Isn't Love video, right?
I don't know that either.
Spraying each other with water because they're all sweaty.
My Prerogative was 88.
Of course it was. I act like I didn't know.
Big year.
Because of Kirk Gibson's home run?
You have to think that's part of it. Yeah, that's the image I would think of 1988.
Nice. Doug, we are in segment 10-1 per the Stiefel dossier, and this is the question that little Jackson Piddles asked.
Okay.
In 2025, we are witnessing the swan song of a pretty awesome class of athletes. Alex Ovechkin, LeBron, Steph, KD, Sid the Kid, Clayton Kershaw, and Max Scherzer. How impactful do you think that class of athlete is, and who's the next generation? How will they stack up? John Smoltz said that once guys like Scherzer and Verlander shut it down, the days of the generational pitcher are gone. Do you agree? Also, airline passengers sparks heated debate about flying with fragrant food.
Yeah.
That's a lot of questions.
Well, the second one's an article.
Questions that require hours to answer.
Second one's an article. The airline stuff. The other ones, it's a long question.
It is a long, lengthy
That's a tribute to Balloon Party.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. I mean, we have major athletes that have been superstars since I started watching sports in like 05, 06, you know?
Well, I think we may be seeing the end of the generational pitcher. The guy with 3,000 strikeouts and close to 300 wins. I don't think we'll ever see that again.
The 300 wins, no question. I tend to think that's the case on the 3,000 strikeouts as well, the 300 wins thing, unless somehow it reverts. And we look back on this era and go, man, they figured it out, that you just go with a guy and let him keep pitching. But I'd be surprised by that.
They would almost have to change the criteria to like 4 innings or 3 innings as a starter instead of having to go 5.
I also think another reason for it, Jackson, specific to the question, in general on sports overall, is I don't know, and I'm not saying it's a no, but I wonder if we won't see athletes play as long as we have seen in current times in recent history.
Yeah.
And I think the one obvious reason is so much money, there's just absolutely no need to. And then you sit there and go, I want to preserve my health and be able to live the next 67% of my life with, absurd wealth and also health. And then the other thing, and we're seeing this a little bit, I guess it's more so in the individual sports, but we've seen it with some team sports. I think actually more tennis and golf than the team sports. And that is social media and the where that if you allow it to get to you, and I'm not saying it's a weakness, that I shouldn't say allow, if you allow it, it's easy for it to get to you, that people go, I just don't want to deal with it. Right. It's a negative part of the trade-off. And so I could see people having a shorter career, both for the wealth and then also the mental health and physical health reasons. That's what
I don't know that I would agree with all of that. Football, for sure, players might retire a little bit early because of the money. But I don't know how many of these other professional athletes are going to be willing to give up the lifestyle, the camaraderie, the fun of playing a professional sport. I think they're still going to have the jerseys ripped off them before they quit.
I'm sure some will. I think a percentage-wise, though, I think the careers will be shorter. It's certainly going on in football, as you made reference to. I will be curious, though, on basketball, hockey, baseball. I think the mental health thing is more prominent, perhaps, in the individual sports. I feel like we're watching it go on to an extent with Rory McIlroy. there's just something is that roller coaster is a little crazy. And by crazy, I mean the ups and downs. I'm not saying he's crazy, but I think he's just kind of had enough. I mean, he talks about shutting it down and you're going to see a lot less of me. He's 36 and he's playing golf,
Right.
Right. So, yeah, I don't know. What is your answer? I mean, it's your question. What is your answer?
Yeah, I think I think the days of like a Tom Brady, playing into his 40s as a quarterback are probably behind us. And then in terms of pitching, just the way that they use pitchers these days, I probably agree with Smoltz in terms of like a generational pitcher like Kershaw eclipsing 3,000 strikeouts. To see that again would be surprising. But, there are a good class of young pitchers. So we see Paul Skeens, namely, and then the Miz, if you like him, up in Milwaukee. But, yeah, I think that nowadays, you used to just kind of get ripped, or you would get a lot of criticism from like your local media, maybe even the national media. But now that we've platformed everybody with social media, now you're getting it from every single angle. You throw in the sports gambling element to it, and now that's even more crazy stuff. I could totally see someone like making a huge contract and being like, yeah, I think I'm going to shut it down, and I don't really care. Like, I've made $250 million playing the sport, and I don't necessarily need to keep doing
More
this.
Andrew Lucks.
Yeah, I think Andrew Luck was a early pioneer in that. Especially that's, such a brutal sport for, if you're a quarterback, you can just get lit up like crazy. But even, basketball, baseball, where it's not too bad in terms of injuries, I could totally see that.
Guys, you see Mikolas continuing to pitch so he has a chance to give up 3,000 home runs.
No.
It's from Philip Seymour Hoffman.
There have always been people down through history that guys, a few who have stepped away. Sandy Koufax, an obvious person. Barry Sanders did it. Still in their prime, just said, I've had enough. But for the most part, guys don't do that. It's such a lifestyle. It would be hard to say, nah, I don't really want to be treated like a king the rest of my life. I don't want to make this kind of money. And plus, it's fun. They're in like a fraternity setting with teammates and everything. Where else are you going to get that kind of fun in your life?
Yeah, you do hear that being like when you ask like a pro athlete, like, what do you miss the most? It's almost always hanging out in the locker room, hanging out with the guys.
You're never going to have that kind of a situation ever again, no matter what you decide to do.
Right.
So I don't think guys are going to be quick to want to get out.
I mean,
Individual sports.
Is that why you keep doing this?
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's just a damn camaraderie afterward.
So you admit we're friends.
The locker room talk afterwards, yeah. The wild parties that go on the weekends.
Yeah.
I almost stayed up till 10:30 on Saturday.
Oh, did you? Good for you. I was long in bed by then.
By 10:30?
MD 2020 texted in earlier an image of Scottie Scheffler that Taylor made, he said, altered by filling in his receding hairline. Sports Illustrated is now covering it, Doug. We will have the story on this on the other side of the break. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is coming your way at about 10:45. Compete with the likes of Paul Harvey's Milk Mustache and Dalton and Buck Swope. All of those emailers are competing for the month of July in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. The program is called TMA, and it's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. What a wonderful presentation it's going to be, Doug. Airing on public access following I'm Hep and Worldwide Magazine. Real Housewives of TMA.
We're still taking applications. None have been received yet.
Right.
Self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom says she sent one in, but we haven't gotten it.
Gentlemen.
Yep.
It's TMA 101 ESPN shows presented by Brown and Crouppen Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Email today coming up on the Stiefel dossier. If you are dealing with low energy, low motivation, you're tired all the time, put on some weight, have experienced muscle loss, especially belly fat, feeling anxious, moody, irritable, these are symptoms of low testosterone. That's where Mentality Health is here to help. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best with board-certified physicians providing a full physical consultation and blood panel analysis all during your first visit. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. I have gone out to Mentality, been tested in and out in 20 minutes. Super easy, super friendly staff. It's good to know the levels. You can do so with Mentality at mentalityhealth.com/radio. Go to mentalityhealth.com/radio to find out more information. It's Mentality, longtime sponsor here on TMA. MD 2020 in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat made the observation that the tailor-made Instagram post congratulating Scottie Scheffler for winning the Open photoshopped a full hairline as opposed to what Scottie is currently experiencing at the age of 29, and that is a receding hairline. And now, Doug, Sports Illustrated is covering it, and I hope they credit MD 2020. Here you go. Scottie Scheffler won his fourth major championship on Sunday in familiar fashion as he rolled to a four-shot victory at the British Open to claim his first claret jug. The 29-year-old has been the number one golfer in the world for a while now. And it seems like he's going to stay in that spot for quite some time as he continues to leave the other top golfers in awe of what he can accomplish on the biggest of stages. Scheffler uses tailor-made clubs, and on Sunday, the golf equipment company celebrated his win with a celebratory post on Instagram. Fans quickly noticed one strange thing about the photo they used, as they seemed to add a little hair to his head. Doug, and if you do zoom in on the picture... They did fill in hair on his head.
Looked like it was done with Microsoft Paint.
Why would you do that? Why would they care? I don't think he cares. Why would they care?
If you look at the image Jamie Kennedy posted on the Twitter tweets, the original image that they use, clearly, not only does he have the receding hairline power alleys, but he also has a little thing where the widow's peak would be.
Oh, the peninsula?
Oh, they call that the peninsula?
I think that's, well, yeah, where the widow's peak kind of, the power alleys go up and then the peninsula comes down.
Yeah, but Scheffler, unfortunately, the center of the peninsula has lost some land.
Yeah, it's a little underwater.
So when you look at the image, it is clear, side by side, that they photoshopped it.
Yeah, it's like a digital comb.
He'd also been wearing a hat all day. You know, that'll mess up the hair of even someone with a full coif.
Yeah.
But the point is, when you look at the image, they absolutely photoshopped. Doug, I'll show you there.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
Okay. And then they filled in hair.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
I wonder if he'll be happy or upset by that.
The answer is he will not care.
Yeah.
He's probably not aware of it. And for that, that's another thing I envy about Scottie Scheffler.
He might never be aware of it. Yeah. But yeah, this is, I mean, the Jamie Kennedy on Twitter put it up there. That is, this is really weird. It's really weird.
I enjoy that Sports Illustrated's covering it.
Yeah. Why do that?
It is amazing what becomes big news in this country, what we all get suckered into. I just find it viral moments.
I find it interesting because it's like they're doing it on his behalf, you know? Like I would be surprised.
Do you consider this bald shaming?
Got me.
Should I be offended? Should I be offended?
Yeah, I think
and if so, can I get paid?
I think you should fire off a 2,000 word
sternly worded
think piece about what this has done to the bald community.
Guys, it's called a hairninsula. That's from the 314. Doug, have you heard the term hairninsula?
No.
It seems just overhandling.
Yeah.
It's peninsula. So odd.
Yeah. I don't recall them ever doing that in another picture of a sports guy.
It's giving me some ideas over here.
Like
You
what?
thinking about doing something with your own thing?
Well, I got sent in some pictures from Sweet Sweet Kai's wedding, which was in Cape Cod, of course.
Yeah.
And there were some over-the-top pictures, some aerial shots even, where it's not that I have like a bald spot on the back of my head, but the top of my hair is where my hair is the lightest form of blonde.
Yeah.
And it looks...
Like you're completely bald.
It looks like I have like a decent little bald spot, which I don't. But it's a tough look. But if I now know I can like touch that up after the fact, it's
Just
a nice
let it
thing to
go.
have.
Because no one else cares.
You think that's
They
the case?
really don't. Nobody cares.
Yeah. You think the only people who care are also guys with hair loss issues?
Yes.
Well, here's maybe the one person who would care, and by person I mean representative of a group. If you're an attractive lass and maybe you're scrolling through, let's say you had this on a dating profile, and or hey, my friend here, I'd like to set you guys up, and then she looks at pictures, and if that is a thing for her, and I think it's a more important thing in your 20s than as time goes on.
Yeah.
I still, anytime this topic comes up, I say height's the king.
Yeah, height is king.
And so I think you think about it more than anybody else thinks. I really do think that. And that's coming from a bald man.
Yeah. I see some of my friends, and they got it's just luscious locks.
Without even trying.
I know.
Oh,
It's just it's so tough. It's so tough, you know?
Well, you're hardly bald.
No, I'm not bald, but I just, like I said, like there's some angles where it would look really bad. And it's like, man. And I like, then you have to explain to people that like, no, I'm not actually bald.
Well, why do you have to explain? They come up to you and go, hey, you balding?
No, because if we all looked at the same image, you'd be like, oh my God. And then everyone's like, kind of like hush hush about it. They're like, oh, should we say something? Because Jackson might get
No,
offended.
they're just hush hush because they're just not talking.
Yeah, maybe it's my own self-conscious coming through.
It's probably what it is. Because
Doug, is it Dochi who talks about anxiety?
I don't know what he talks about. But truly, no one else cares if you got a bald spot.
You're right.
Except the guy with the bald spot.
Well, TaylorMade seems to care.
Yeah, what about that?
Doing something. Why do that?
I'm going to lead the class action litigation against TaylorMade, and all of the balds will be receiving cash.
Oh. Boy,
could you imagine that courtroom? 50
What a scene.
mid-40s white guys just bald as the day is long, and they're wanting their money.
All bitter.
And Scheffler's like, why am I being dragged into this?
Philip Seymour Doffman says, as a 26-year-old who is also balding, I'm going to make fun of you, Jackie, so I will feel better about myself. That's from Philip Seymour Doffman.
At least you're aware. You know, it's nice self-awareness, I guess.
It's okay, Jackson. I'm 32 here and struggling to hold on to my 3 Homer Simpson hairs. That's from Jub the Rub.
Do you think there's like any women out there who are like, my thing is guys who have receding hairlines and patchy bald spots? Because I could see someone being like, I'm into guys who are like totally bald, like full on bald.
I actually did encounter that one time.
Yeah. Someone who was like into the totally bald look. Yeah. I could see that. But like of guys
and was very, very open about it.
Yeah.
Because otherwise the whole thing, candidly, was very confusing.
I worked with a girl. She was a weathercaster in Rochester, Minnesota. My first job, gorgeous girl. And she said she was into guys that had receding hairlines.
Wow.
And I said, you're kidding, right? She goes, no, I really like that.
Well, we don't kink shame.
I remember her saying that all these years later. So there are some women who like that.
Okay, all right. That's interesting because I could see the totally bald thing, but the like the receding hairline or like the horseshoe kind of surprises me. But I get it.
Welcome to the world of women, Piddles. There are numerous things on our bodies over the course of our life that wreck our confidence. But at some point, you just have to say, no one probably notices as nearly as much as I do. I just got to live my damn life. That's Sharon Clayton.
Great text, Sharon. Couldn't agree more.
Well, you guys have a burgeoning alliance.
Yeah, I'd say it's take by take. But yeah, I think that's accurate.
Women love a shaved head, especially once they get into their late 30s. That's from Jackson's Hockey Council. I mean, I guess people could say that because of Johnny's sins, but I don't think it's across the board.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know? And it also is kind of like beggars can't be choosers. So if you're in a position of leverage, so to speak, you can kind of say, okay, I need 6'2", I need a full head of hair, and I need 8 figures net worth min.
Yeah.
But then if you're in a different spot, you know, say like you're in line at the Screaming Eagle, you're probably not thinking that way.
Well,
I can assume a lot of people look
women
pretty
love,
good.
Almost
You're in
all
line
women
to
love
Screaming Eagle.
men who are successful, confident, and nice.
Yeah. Carry yourself a certain way. It doesn't matter
Yeah.
what you have on top of your head. If you carry
I
yourself,
don't know about the nice thing, by the way. I think that's worked to my advantage.
not being nice.
Right.
But you're nice to your wife.
I'm just talking about in general. I do think that there is, for whatever reason, maybe we'll psychoanalyze this on QFTA. Jackson coming your way at 11:30
Right for it.
on the TMA STL. What the thing is about I don't know what the right term would be. But yeah, the not necessarily wanting to
The
have
bad boy? You say they like the bad boy.
Detroit Pistons, Bill Laimbeer, Isaiah Thomas, Joe Dumars, Vinnie Johnson, Dennis Rodman, Chuck Daly, and he would wear wonderful suits of clothes.
Did Doug Collins coach that team? Or am I
He
way
didn't
off
coach the
here?
Bad Boys. Bad Boys were a supernova.
Yeah.
You ever watch the 30 for 30 on the Bad Boys? You'd love it.
No, I guess the Last Dance
Rick
touches on a
Mahorn.
lot of that. But
I mean, in the 30 for 30, glamorizes them. The Last Dance craps on them.
Yeah, so if you watch both, you get a good kind of both sides look at it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll definitely take a look at
Design Air Heating and Cooling email today is coming up the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Nice guys finish last. It's always been that way. That's from Boozy. Doug, we're starting to hear from nice guys who aren't happy.
Okay.
I found a dating app exclusively for bald people.
Is that right?
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
What's it called?
Bald Dating. It's a fully inclusive dating site.
Fully inclusive, Doug. You like
What does
that?
that
It's
mean?
called Bald Dating.
Open to
Took
men,
5
women,
minutes
and
to
other
decide the
folk
name
of
of it?
any sexuality. The only requirements are more of the following, and then I can't see, but I imagine you have to be hairless to be on there.
Men and women?
Yeah.
The women are hairless too. No, the women have hair, the guy's bald. Okay. All right. Well, that's nice to know.
Sharon says, I love you, Piddles. And I sent earlier props about your movie pod, but Tim ignored them.
Wow. Appreciate it regardless.
Sharon, as much as I am a huge fan and I really want to see a star on The Real Housewives of TMA, I assure you I didn't ignore them. We get a few texts here on the program, and so I don't get a chance to read every
How many would you
single one of
say
them.
over a 4-hour show?
I think there are days where it's in the 4 figures, and I would say the average is, I'm going to say 750 to 800.
I was going to say, yeah.
That'd be my sweet spot.
South of 1,000, north of 500.
Yeah, that's where I would say the average is. All right, we got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up here on the program. Doug, people can call in on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, too. You know anything about Collier and
Well,
Thompson?
they could also call Collier and Thompson if they have any kind of problem with their home or anything they'd like to get spruced up. It'll make you feel better if you do it. Collier and Thompson, been around since the 1950s, making St. Louis homes look and just feel better. You know, it's hard to know who you can trust to be in your home and who's going to be there to back up their work. Collier and Thompson stands behind every job that they do. During the process, they are always available to you. You know, in that business, you never know sometimes what you're going to get. Are the contractors going to show up on time? Are they going to be there at all? Are they going to finish the work? What's it going to look like? No such worries with Collier and Thompson. Their employees have more than 165 years of combined experience. Like I said, they've been doing this for more than 70 years now. Bob Strati and Carolyn Beard are the owners. They haven't been around for 70 years, but they've been around for more than 20, and they can hook you up with one of their designers. They sell top-of-the-line appliances like Bosch and Thermador, Wolf, Sub-Zero, any kind of update you need to do to your home, any part of the home, whether it's the kitchen or the bathroom or the basement or a computer room, whatever you want to do, Collier and Thompson has done it, and they do it better than anyone in town. Collier and Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin, right there next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
Design Air Heating and Cooling email today next here on TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Universal Windows Direct has a great opportunity for you to upgrade your home in the summer months. Universal Windows Direct, also known as UWD, knows that owning a home is one of the best investments you can make, but keeping it comfortable, energy efficient, and looking great, well, that takes a little extra work. And if you've got drafty old windows, you know exactly what I mean. But this summer, Universal Windows Direct is making it easy to finally tackle that project with an offer you can't pass up. Right now,
You get to choose your offer. Pick the one that works best for you. Payments as low as $99 a month or 12 months with no payments and no interest. Seriously, you can upgrade your home now and relax until next year. So, if you want to take care of your home the smart way this summer, don't wait. Call 314-334-2522 or go to universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today and choose the payment plan that's right for you. Trust me, once you get those new windows in, you'll walk around saying, I love my windows.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Back for his 21st NBA season, free agent point guard Chris Paul has agreed to a deal to head back to L.A. to join the Clippers once again. His agents tell Shams Charania of ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, vacationing in the Hamptons, but posting Twitter videos for Jackson, I saw?
Yeah, some Blue Angels video I saw.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And that is the Van Halen video for Dreams, but they also recorded a video for that at Whiskey A Go-Go, Doug? Is that right?
I don't know.
Nice show prep.
Thank you. Got to do some show prep, man.
About Whiskey A Go-Go?
I mean, when we were on 1380 and 920 and 590 and HD2.
590 again.
And 590 again. And
I didn't do any show prep then, and I don't intend to do any now.
Flip that off. Jackson and I will be doing questions from the audience. Tim McKernan Show podcast coming up at 11:30. That is coming your way here in about 40 minutes. And somebody just said, should we email with questions? Of course. T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. Iggy said he's going to be in there.
Oh, is he really?
Nice. Love it.
Via the chat. God bless. Tim McKernan at InsideSTL.com. It's coming up on the TMA STL YouTube channel, 11:30, and the Tim McKernan Show podcast feed. But right now, it is time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Yeah. Paul Harvey, Milk Mustache, leading so far here as we sit on July 21st, 2025, for the month of July. I would like to start this email off by commending Jackson on his new podcast and let him know I will be a consistent listener.
Thank you. Very kind.
Email?
No, it's very kind.
No.
I appreciate it.
Next, KG, we need weekly updates on this QT relationship, and we need the weekly segment to be sponsored by Stiefel. Finally, my prince, the man I tune in for every day. When I can't hear your buttery voice talk about Jordan Walker's struggles or Fetty's inability to play the game of baseball, a little piece of me dies. Thankfully, though, Doug, you never take time off like Tim and Martin. Stay sexy, old-timer. That's
Nice.
from low-voice Drew.
Low-voice Drew. He sounds tall.
Flip that off. Can you tell the height of a gentleman by his email?
I'm just fantasizing, I guess.
Flip that off. At long last, cinema has found its mouthpiece. Not in Cannes or Criterion, but in the dulcet, unhurried musings of Jackson Burkett.
Unhurried is a great description.
When it goes an hour and 54, it's almost implied.
Gosh, that's a lot of talking.
Episode 1 of Movie Boy transcends mere podcasting. It is a cultural salon, a velvet-draped symposium where every syllable drips with the authority of a scholar who once hugged the midnight oil over Bergman and Kubrick. Jackson isn't reviewing films. He's ceremonially anointing them with the solemnity of a high priest consecrating relics. Let us not forget his sublime detour into the meta-narrative of overheard old people chatter in the theater, a topic upon which most movie podcasters would not dare touch.
Damn straight.
And who can fail to admire his grandiloquent.
Don't use that kind of language around me.
Of the man eating a hot dog in the back row. That humble act, elevated to mythic status as a commentary on audience consumption, literal and metaphorical, was nothing short of cinematic alchemy. His voice, reminiscent of a sommelier describing an esoteric vintage, combines encyclopedic knowledge with a breathtaking indifference to whether the listener can keep pace.
That's right.
He'll dissect the chiaroscuro of a forgotten indie, then pivot to a stray mustard stain on a hot dog bun and make you feel both linguistically deprived and spiritually enlightened. It's dazzling. It's alienating. It's art. Jackson Burkett, in all his ironic Wes Anderson-soaked glory, might just be the cinematic voice of our time.
Or at the very least, he's the voice of a very specific time, one that demands an Oxford comma, expects a 2.35 to 1 aspect ratio, and reverses the mystery of an old couple's murmurings.
Oh.
Or the tragic poetry of a half-eaten aromatic Frankfurter. Bravo, Maestro.
Wrap it up.
Encore. And now you know the rest of the story. Like that's some Paul Harvey milk mustache.
Paul Harvey milk mustache.
It brings me significant comfort to think that several Cardinals are refusing to be traded from this mess of a team, despite Beau after he ran this franchise into the ground. And what were the most fun and engaging activities going on in this town this weekend? The Savannah Bananas, the St. Louis Shock Major League Pickleball, and the Movie Boy podcast. Fan-friendly, entertaining, genuine products. I absolutely love that Doug has honestly never heard of the movie Urination app, which is exactly what he said when Jackson talked about it on the air with him 7 months ago.
We talked about that before?
I'm sure.
A urination?
You can say that about every topic we've ever said on the show.
That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of routine singles from Beau Hart, which captured the essence of St. Louis more than anything.
Shooter McGavin.
Good morning, guys. Jackson, I got to say, I'm a big fan of Movie Boy.
Thank you.
It's not easy to host a show solo and talk for 90-plus minutes, unless you're Tim, of course.
No.
I'm formally throwing my hat into the ring if you need a co-host to talk about Star Wars or Lord of the Rings.
Oh, yeah.
Here are my qualifications. Number 1, I'm cute. Number 2, I'm comfortable around a mic from a storied 18-month career in broadcasting. And number 3, there will never be dead air, as we can always fill it with our mutual bond for handsome stepdads. Thanks. Looking forward to discussing this opportunity with you further. That's from the Crestwood Coyote.
Nice. Crestwood Coyote.
And finally, Sadie Hawkins, Doug. The Cardinals remain on autopilot with coordinates set for mediocrity as they were swept in Arizona over the weekend. Scottie Scheffler cruised to his 4th major on Sunday, much to the chagrin of Mike Francesa, who set his money on fire betting Tommy Fleetwood. But I think the lead is that our little boy is all grown up as Libby Jack Virgin Man Bun Movie Boy made his solo podcast debut over the weekend. Well, solo debut unless you count those Camboy videos he posted while watching Mizzou lose in the NCAA tournament. Movie boy, more like ADD boy. It seems like Paper spends most of the pod talking about anything but the movies he's reviewing. He spent an awful long time over-explaining the very straightforward format of the podcast and how much he loves seeing movies in theater while telling us how much he hates the surrounding people at the theater.
Yeah, it's a real dichotomy.
Now, I was pressed for time, so only got through the first part of the F1 review, which seemed to spend more time focused on Bull Durham, a romantic comedy sports film released 37 years ago, than the F1 racing picture he was reviewing. The real highlight was a 10-minute aside of how these old ladies wouldn't stop yapping, but Papers was too much of a Gen Z soy boy to confront them. Fortunately, another gentleman who Jackson now has a crush on.
Yep.
Stepped up and put these olds in their place. That's from Buck Swope, DBA, the Recess Ladies Breast. And that's who we have.
Buck Swope.
The Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. The only question left to ask is what you got.
Well, at first I like low voice Drew because it sounded like he had strong hands. But then the wonderful writing of Paul Harvey Milk Mustache got my vote. Paul Harvey Milk Mustache.
I'm going low voice Drew. He did sound cute.
I like the milk mustache.
Paul Harvey Milk Mustache has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. And this guy is really becoming a force, Doug. That is his 4th win in the month of July. And now a 2-goal lead over Dalton and Shooter McGavin in the race to be the Design Air Heating and Cooling emailer of the month. Hey, in a half hour, Jackson and I will be live on the TMA YouTube channel. Questions from the audience. You can ask anything. You can say anything. Insult the hell out of us. And erotic stories are also welcome. T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. Or you can just participate in the YouTube chat. It's the Tim McKernan Show in the TMA STL podcast feed, just like Movie Boy. BK and Ferrario are coming up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for the vacationing Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.